appropriate time. I'll deal with the housekeeping matters to start with. Could I ask all devices not Right, it is now muted. So I'll start again. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the South Kesteven District Council Planning Committee. I'm going to deal with the housekeeping situations first. These are challenging times, and these meetings are not the easiest, and so I look forward to the fullest cooperation of both members and the public in ensuring that our deliberations proceed in an orderly and professional manner. Could I ask that all devices not being used to be either turned off or put on silent? Members of the committee and of the public may find it helpful to have their devices connected to the main electricity supply to avoid losing connection to the meeting. It would also be helpful if landlines are situated so that if they do ring, they are muted, and if you have pets, that they are not able to access the room you're working in, and that other household distractions are kept to a minimum. May I remind everyone that members of the committee have control of their own microphones after these initial opening remarks, and please remember to turn them on when you start speaking and turn them off when you finish. Joe has control of the mechanism for turning off the microphones for public speakers. Please may I ask any committee members and members of the public have their cameras turned on when they are speaking, and speakers will be advised by Joe when they have 30 seconds left and when their 3 minutes is up. The chat function in Skype for Business is only for the use of planning committee members who want to indicate that they would like to speak. Any members of the public or other members should not use the chat function, and if they do, I'll ask them once to stop, and if they continue to use it, they will be removed from the meeting. Please be aware that you could disconnect yourself if you inadvertently press any of the buttons on your device, but there is IT support in the building during the whole of the meeting should it be needed. If a member or members do get disconnected for more than a few seconds, I will refer members and the public to 16.2 of the published protocol, adjournment of a meeting, to enable us to reconnect, and hopefully that will be done in a short space of time. Otherwise, the meeting will be adjourned until such time as all members are back in the meeting. In the council chamber here, I am sitting with Joe Toomey, Head of Governance, and between us we will manage the meeting. Also, Shaheen Esmail, our legal person, and Will Richards, who is our new interim head of planning, are also in the room with me. The members of the planning committee are now asked to contact the case officer with questions relating to clarification or explanation of the content details within the report. Excuse me. And I would like to thank members for their due diligence in this regard. The case officer will refer to the questions. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat, and respond to them in his verbal presentation. Members may wish to make note of the responses for further reference. After the verbal presentation, I will ask the members who ask questions if all their questions have been dealt with. This is not for the purpose of starting a debate, but for clarification. Members, of course, will have the opportunity to ask further questions of officers after public speaking. This procedure complies with the published protocols. At this point, in regard to this particular committee, I would like to particularly thank members of the public who have taken the time and trouble to write to us with regard to the applications before us for determination. And I can assure all those that have emailed into us that their emails have received serious scrutiny and will be taken into consideration in our deliberations. So I'm now going to ask, is Naomi with us? I trust, Naomi?
It's Anita with us this morning, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Anita, are you with us? Anita, can you hear me?
Anita, can you
hear me all right? Can you hear me all right?
We can now, Anita. Thank you. Yes. Could you do the roll call of members, officers and the public, please, Anita?
Certainly. It's Councillor Bob Adams, present.
Present, sorry, present.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Councillor David Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Harish Bishnau Singh.
Present.
Councillor Louise Clack.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Mrs Rosemary Cabry Brown.
Present.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Smith. Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Thank you. Officers, William Richards.
Present.
Thank you. Chris Brown.
Present.
Shaheen Ishmael.
Present.
Yeah. That's all I've got listed. Is that Peter Lifford? Hello.
No, so I'm just watching. I'm not presenting anything.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's all the officers I've got listed. I don't know whether there's any more.
Are there any officers present whose name hasn't been called out?
Yeah.
No? Could you go on to the public speakers?
Reddy Nalamili, yeah.
Pardon?
Reddy Nalamili, I'm a planning officer.
Thank you, sorry. Anyone else?
We'll now move on to the public speakers, please, Anita.
Right, okay.
I'll pick this one up, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We should have Councillor Rosemary Trollope-Bellew. Who I believe I've seen. Councillor Trollope-Bellew, can you confirm if you're present, please?
I said present. It said I was unmuted, but obviously I wasn't, so apologies for that.
Wonderful, thank you. We have Neil Morgan. Mr. Morgan, are you present? No. Matt Hubbard.
Present.
Thank you. For application S192140, we have Phil Cupit from Barrowby Parish Council. Doesn't look like Mr. Cupid's able to join us properly, so we will ask our IT team to contact him. We have Nigel Jones, who we will be calling in. Patricia Scrivens. Please, can you try speaking for us, Patricia? I've just unmuted your microphone. Patricia, are you able to hear us? Okay, we'll ask a member of our IT team to give you a call as well to follow up with you. And Robert Jays.
Yeah, present.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Application S20-0174 is part heard, so there are no public speakers for that application. Finally, we have application S19-227. We should have Stephen Merrill, who we have a script that's been circulated. We also should have Helen Raymond. I can't see any sign of Helen on the call, so we'll follow up with her as well.
Could I ask if any member of the public who thinks that they have registered to speak and haven't heard their name called out to indicate now, please?
Yes.
You haven't registered to speak, Councillor Baxter.
I registered to speak on the first item, and it was pulled from the last agenda at very short notice.
Yeah, okay, yeah, understood. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. No
Okay.
problem. Anybody else who's? I'll take silence as a no then, and we will move to the agenda, which I have put somewhere for safekeeping. So the first item on the agenda, we've done the register of attendance. Any apologies for absence, please, Joe? Oh, sorry, is it Anita or Joe?
Sorry,
I have not received any apologies for absence, Chair.
Thank you, Anita. Any members got any declarations of interest other than those that are in the register that they wish to declare for any item on the agenda? Take the silence as no then, thank you. Minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of June have been circulated. Can I take those as read and ask for a proposition that they be approved, please?
Please may I just draw Mr Chairman members' attention to the post-meeting note just to clarify Councillor Reid's involvement or not with the Sudbrook Quarry application. He's contacted us after the last meeting to confirm that he wouldn't be part of that consultation, which we've subsequently recorded for clarity.
Thank you, Joe, for bringing that to attention of members. With that comment, could I have a proposition, please, that the minutes be approved?
Mike, Councillor Exton.
Thank you, Mike. A second, please.
Councillor Nothing.
Thank you, Harish. Do we need a yes vote going through, Joe? We can't do it by show of hands. So if Anita will kindly call the members of the committee's names out, and they will say for, against, or abstain to the approval of the minutes, please.
Certainly, Chair. Can you hear me all right?
I can indeed, Anita, thank you.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
For.
Councillor Clack.
for,
Councillor Cottier.
For.
Councillor Dilks.
For.
Councillor Exton.
Yes, for.
Councillor Cabry Brown.
for,
Councillor Milnes.
for,
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
for,
Councillor Judy Smith.
for,
Thank you.
That sounded as though it was unanimous to me, Anita, was it?
Yes, sorry, it was unanimous, Chair. I do apologise.
No, no problem. Thank you very much indeed. So we now move on to planning matters, and just for members of the public and for clarity, the order of business for each item on the agenda is as follows. There'll be a short presentation by the case officer. This will be followed by the speakers as indicated a short while ago. So the order of speakers is if there is a district councillor, they will speak first. Parish or town councillor, one speaker. Objector or objectors, a maximum of 2 people. Supporters, 1 only. And then we move to the applicant or agent. There are no questions to members of the public, but after all the speakers, there will be questions from members are able to put questions to the case officer for a maximum of 10 minutes, hopefully. That will lead on to a debate and then lead on to the vote. So we are looking at application S180567, and I think this is in the hands of, I'm looking round, case officer for this one, please.
It's Will Richards, isn't it?
Is it you, Will? Are you presenting this one, please? For the Moor Lake. Thank you very much. So it's first time Will has presented to us, and welcome to the committee, Will.
Yes, I have an expert IT person here alongside me, helping me.
While the
Okay.
presentation's loading, may I just check a couple of public speakers to see if we've got them in now? Have we got Patricia Scriven with us?
I use that.
Okay. And Helen Raymond?
Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you. So it's just Patricia that we're outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask people when they're not speaking to turn the mic, please?
I'm okay to go now. Okay, Chairman, shall I present the first application? Thank you very much. There'll be a short slide presentation, and I will then run through the application, and you'll be aware really that this is my second week in post, and the report was drafted by my predecessor Sylvia Bland, and also these slides. So, given that most of the members of the planning committee are familiar with the site and attended a site visit, I don't propose to dwell too long on these photographs. There's about 30, so normally I wouldn't have as many as these, but you can see there from the first slide that the nature of the application, the description. 20 touring caravans, change of use of part of a building to clubhouse, and erection of toilet block, and associated with proposed commercial water skiing and wakeboarding. So I'll whiz through these, but before I do that, I think it's important to highlight, and this is all in the report, which I trust members have read, but the key issues here: the principle of development, impact on residential amenity, impact on highway safety, and impact on ecology. So that's the red line of the application site. This has been amended slightly since the previous submission, and the main difference is that the applicant's house is now excluded from the application site, and the lake is now included. Now, these are just slides. I'll whiz through these. It just shows there's an aerial photograph, and that is a plan showing the wildlife areas. There's a lot of wildlife interest, and that's been addressed in the report. That's the proposed layout plan. To the right there is the extension to the structure building, which is now going to be, or is proposed to be used as a clubhouse. And then on the left you can see the general layout, and you can see a pontoon linking the caravan site and the clubhouse area. Again, another aerial photograph showing the existing features. I think you're familiar with the setting and the context: access, another access with a concrete plant opposite, another one of the access. Internal, that was an internal, sorry, I was a bit too quick on that, I do apologise. That was as you come into the site, that is an internal route into the application site. Again, that's the proposed caravan site and the layout, and the proposal is for that to be used by the users of the facility. Some drainage plans, which I won't dwell on. And then this is access, internal access from the general access routes on the site to the caravan site. Again, the caravan site, these have been laid out with gravel, and there's been extensive tree planting. As you can see, they're coniferous trees. I think these could be lodgepole pine, but they will give year-round screening. There's a view of the toilet block site tucked in there. That's another view of the clubhouse site. I'm going to whiz through these because, as I say, 30 slides is a bit much, I think. So I'll run through these and comment if there are any comments to be made. That's the extensions to the existing building, and that's going to form the clubhouse. That's the cable tow. This is a means whereby instead of having a boat towing skiers, they can be pulled along with this cable tow. Members saw this in operation, and they also saw the boat on the lake, so they have an indication of its potential impact. Those concrete-looking things, but they're not. They're plastic, but they're sort of jumps. So the skier would come at speed towards those, and there's like a ramp, and they'd be up in the air doing various procedures and twists and so on. That's the size of the pontoon I mentioned. In the foreground, you've got the site of the clubhouse. And then just in the distant view there is the caravan site. So there will be a floating pontoon across there. The cable tow is to the left, and there'll be activities there in terms of training and use by disabled people, and then to the...
May I just briefly interject? We've had a message from Cllr Reid to say that members are seeing no presentation. Cllr Reid, can you confirm if you're able to see it now?
We haven't seen any slides at all. We've not seen a thing.
Have you all got the hard copies that were circulated with the agenda pack?
Well, I can see it okay.
I can see all the slides okay, Robert.
Okay, it must be a technical glitch, my way, don't worry.
We'll ask someone from IT to pick that one up with you.
Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, everybody else. I'm sorry for interrupting there.
No, it's okay. I'm so sorry, Cllr Reid. I thought it was me, but I did have some assistance from an IT expert here because...
At least everybody else can see. That's my main concern.
Okay, so I apologise. So you can't see me whizzing through these.
They do have hard copy, Will.
Okay, well, I'm on the third from last at the moment. You'd be glad to know. And then there's another view of the lake, another view of a small little jetty by Moor Lake House, where members we were there watching the speedboat go up and down there, and I think this is the last one, the evaluation. Okay, I'm going to cut that off, and I'm going to now. Can everybody see me, or my?
Members will just need to select hide stage, and that will return the view to normal.
Do I do it as well? Yeah. Okay, is that okay? Okay, as I say, those are the slides of the site. I understand most members have had a view of the application site in the site visit last Wednesday. I'm presenting this report, and I, on behalf of Sylvia, who's left the authority, it's a comprehensive report, and as I said earlier, I trust members have read it, but I'm sure that they will have many questions. I'm more than happy to answer these. But what I'd like to do is go through the key elements of the report very briefly. It was section 2 outlines the planning background of this application, and you appreciate and recall that this was granted planning permission in July 2018, but the decision was legally challenged by the owners of the neighbouring site, Tallington Lakes, and there were a whole host of reasons why this was challenged, but only one of them was upheld by the learned judge in the High Court. And essentially, it was, if I can just read this to you, it was on the question of the contents of the previous officer report, where they dealt with material considerations. They took the view that the fact that there was an adjoining site in a similar use was not material planning consideration. And competition, presence of other existing businesses of a similar nature, and the impact on the existing businesses as a result of competition were not considered to be material planning considerations. Now, the learned judge felt that they were material, and since they weren't addressed in the previous report, then that was it was concluded that the council erred in law. So that's the position regarding the judicial review, and essentially what it meant that the application was quashed and had to be reconsidered again by members, and this is that stage at the moment. So that is the background. Section 3 of the report describes the proposal, and section 4 then goes on to talk about relevant site history, and the most important one is the one I outlined earlier, the judicial review. And then section 5 outlines the relevant planning policies, and the relevant one there in terms of the judicial review is E7, where in the recently adopted local plan, where essentially it does talk about the rural economy and asks officers and the council to take account of impact of any new tourist development on neighbouring ones. Please bear in mind that this isn't necessarily 100% tourism. The basis of this submission is that it's largely a sporting activity, in contrast to Tallington Lakes, which is more leisure and recreation. And then in section 6, there's a list of representations received from statutory consultees, and they're self-explanatory. And then in section 7, the neighbour comments and those from the members of the public are outlined, and again they're self-explanatory. And then in section 8, which is the heart of the report, is the evaluation. And there the officer, Sylvia, looked at the principle of development. She dealt in this report with competition, and she also refers to the design and access statement, the need for the caravans to be monitored, to ensure that they're not going to be used for residential use and simply for users of this facility. And also she examined the impact of this proposal on the character of the area. In terms of competition, as I said earlier, policy local plan policy E7 subsection B is the relevant one here, the relevant policy. It talks about the contribution of a new proposal to the local economy and the likely impact on a similar business, and it should be taken into account. It has now been taken into account. The matter of addressing the judicial review judgment has been addressed, and legal advice, I understand, has been sought by an eminent barrister from a very reputable chambers in London, and they consider the report to be robust, comprehensive, and is a report which is sound, and that is the important thing you must be mindful of. So what's different about this application from the one that was approved previously by the committee? Well, there's been some slight modifications. I mentioned the red line has been amended. There's been minor changes to the business model. The applicants and the officers accept that the nature of the business is not in competition with the adjacent facility in Tallington Lakes, because, as I said earlier, this facility is more of a sporting facility and a training facility, whereas Tallington Lakes is leisure and recreation. So it's like comparing apples with pears, and they're not the same. But the complicated issue here, in terms of use class and classes under the planning regulations, it's under the same use class. So I mentioned the touring caravans. That would be for the use of the participants and nobody else, whereas in Tallington Lakes you've got units there which are purchased by private individuals, and some people live there on the site, not just for, I beg your pardon, my microphone is slipping off. I do apologise. And just concluding now, I would say to members that there is no substantive evidence to demonstrate that the impact and viability of Tallington Lakes will be affected by this application. Indeed, the owner of Tallington Lakes has not produced any evidence, any tangible evidence that you can look at. And the law doesn't require the council to undertake that. It requires officers to consider it, which they have in the report. And that means that legally this report is sound and covers all the material planning issues, and is sound in that respect. I can confirm that as it's outlined in paragraph 8, 1.6, this is towards the end now of the report, the overall proposal is in compliance with policy E7, and paragraphs 8.1.14 and 8.1.15 confirms that there is no impact on the neighbouring business, or no evidence of that. And certainly if the neighbouring owner was trying to convince you that there was an impact, then I'm sure, or the normal practice is to provide evidence to that effect for you to consider. So the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Will. There are now 4 speakers to this application. I will ask Councillor Baxter to speak after the ward member has spoken, which is Councillor Trollope-Bellew. Councillor Baxter is a member for the adjacent ward, or the nearby ward. So could I ask Councillor Rosemary Trollope-Bellew, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Are we there? Right. Thank you, members, for allowing me to make representation on this application on behalf of a resident from the ward I represent. I feel that I don't need to go back into the history of this application, but I would ask that if you are minded to approve it, then the application is approved as recommended by the officer with no additional conditions. The Moore family have all been engaged in water skiing at a high level from the 1970s. Mr. Moore Senior has competed and won a significant number of nationwide tournaments, including the British Nationals in '89 and '90. And his wife is an international water ski competitor in her own right and ranked in the world's top 15. Their children are also involved in the sport and hold various championships and member of the British team. At SKDC, we are an ambitious council and we need to encourage more recreation and tourism to help the district recover from the COVID epidemic. With greater concerns about people's mental health, it is important that we can offer other outdoor activities. I also understand that the Moore family wish to encourage disabled people to be able to appreciate the joys of water sports in a secure and safe environment. As it is also their intention that staff will obtain the same operator's licence as themselves. Therefore, this creates local employment and training, which will encourage growth and support the local rural economy. The Tallington Parish Council is in full support of this application, along with no objections from Lincolnshire County Council Highways Department. Councillors, this application, if approved, will be on a much smaller scale than its bigger neighbour Tallington Lakes. It will not be able to compete in regards to the size, scale or facilities, but it will offer, especially for disabled people, a golden opportunity for them to try something different with experienced staff. In conclusion, councillors, I would ask that you follow officers' recommendations and approve this application with no additional conditions attached. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Trollope-Bellew. Councillor Baxter, are you happy to come in at this stage?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, good morning, Chair, and good morning, committee members and ladies and gentlemen, and hello, good morning, especially to Mr. Richards, who's very welcome to the authority. I'm pleased to
waste your 3 minutes, Councillor.
I'm responding to this application as the ward member for Market and West Deeping, which includes the village of West Deeping, which is very close to the site. It's contiguous to the site. When I first saw the words caravans and Tallington, I was a little bit concerned because I regularly attend parish council meetings at West Deeping, where the councillors and the public regularly mention the existing caravans at various places in Tallington, which are generally perceived as being a contributory factor to problems concerning wastewater and traffic. The Tallington Lakes Caravan Park has operated for around 20 years now, and I believe there are literally hundreds more caravans than were originally anticipated when the first permission was granted. It is perceived that the increasing number of caravans has had an impact on the local management of sewerage and wastewater in West Deeping. The parish and I have asked SKDC and Anglian Water to identify and remedy these problems, but after several years, Anglian Water appear to be dealing only with the symptoms and not the cause of the problems. Tallington Lakes has mostly static caravans and lodges, and there is also capacity for touring caravans to visit. The Whistle Stop Public House on the other side of Stamford Road has also static caravans. The Deepings Caravan Park is less than 5 miles away, where there are dozens more static caravans as well as a touring site. Consequently, I was a bit concerned at an application for even more caravans. When I opened the report, the first thing I looked for was the comment from Anglian Water and from the Environment Agency, which are numbers 6.1 and 6.2 respectively. I was very pleased to read that there will be non-mains drainage system and package treatment plant, which should mean there is no impact on the water issues at West Deeping. With regard to traffic, I don't consider the impact of the lake users and the 20 touring caravans will have a significant difference on the Barham Road junction,
30
where the
seconds.
situation already has hundreds of people living in the Tallington Lakes site, people using the nursery, the car boot sales, and the congestion from the infamous Tallington crossing. Finally, with regard to noise, I know that people choose to live in Tallington for the peace and quiet, but the current peace and quiet also includes the gentle buzz of the East Coast mainland, the hum of thousands of vehicles using the main Stamford Road, the playful chatter of families camping, swimming, water skiing, car boot sailing, and the merry sounds of tobogganing and dry scope skiing.
Conclusion, please, Councillor. You've had the 3 minutes.
Having looked at the application, it seems to me that it will enhance the local economy and offer services to those pursuing leisure pursuits which are not currently accessible locally. So I urge members to consider supporting the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baxter. We now have Mr. Morgan, who wishes to speak against the application. Are you there, Mr. Morgan?
I can't see any sign of him on the list of participants, Mr. Chairman, but we do have some words that he's submitted that we can read to the committee.
Who has got those words?
I have them.
Would you like to read them?
I will try and get through as much as I can.
You have 3 minutes.
It has been a long-standing and recurring theme that assertions made by SKDC bureaucratic staff and SKDC planning officers are regularly untrue. You manipulate facts and the truth in order to achieve your desired predetermined outcome. You have clearly become so used to doing it that the practice has become habitual and ingrained in you. I provide just a few examples below. Number 1, materially and radically changed proposal. We had absolutely no knowledge that the proposal had been so materially changed, and as you are perfectly well aware, neither ourselves or any of the interested parties were aware of these material changes, and your statement, "A full consultation process has been undertaken," is deliberately untrue, and it is demonstrably false. The changes that you now list at page 14 of your report to committee include changed description of development, changed red line site location plan, changed layout plan, changed plan elevations, changed foul sewage and drainage. These changes are plainly fundamental, let alone material. In such circumstances, the only lawful course available to SKDC was to refuse the application made under S18-0567. It was not available to the SKDC to accept such fundamental changes and simply progress application S18-0567. The applicant must, as a matter of planning law, submit a new planning application, if so advised. As you are well aware, in our email of 2nd July, we required you to withdraw the application and withdraw your recommendation for permission from the committee, not to withdraw the application itself. The only lawful thing that you can do with such a materially and radically changed application is to refuse it. Number 2, the legal requirement for the need for the proposed development as per the local plan. Need meaning inter alia that the proposal is sustainable. In your report to committee at page 35 you say this: "The core strategy has been replaced by the local plan. The application has now been assessed by the local plan. LP policy SP1 refers to the spatial strategy for the district in allocating land for housing and employment use. It does not include reference to a need to be met. The application has been assessed against other relevant policies in the local plan. Your statement is untrue and it is demonstrably false. I have only looked quickly this morning, but your local plan is littered with numerous references for a need to be met for any new development or business proposal, as well as it being sustainable, and I copy a few below. Delivering sustainable growth, 1.57. The local plan plays a key role in delivering the district's sustainable growth. The local plan evidence base establishes the appropriate amount of new homes, jobs, retail and infrastructure needed in the district up to 2036. The local plan uses this evidence, together with evidence of environmental, landscape and social assets, to ensure we plan for an appropriate balance in development, in the right locations and of the right scale." And that's 3 minutes. There are still a number of comments I believe may have been circulated to members anyway.
Thank you, Joe. I think, yes, certainly I have a copy of an enlarged comments that Mr. Morgan has sent, and I do notice from the distribution list that members of the Planning Committee have had the full comments from Mr. Morgan. But thank you for that, Joe. The final speaker on this occasion is, on behalf of the applicants, Matt Hubbard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The grounds for the JR suggested that the Council erred in their consideration of the original application, as they did not consider the leisure use or the competition of that adjacent use in business terms as material considerations in the determination of the application. The planning application stands to be reconsidered, and in this respect, we have provided the Council with a wealth of further information in support of the proposal to show that the proposed development is not comparable with the adjacent land use and does not compete with it. The information includes a revised design and access statement, a comprehensive business plan, an ecological assessment report and letters of support from professional bodies. We have also provided the Council with further information in relation to the proposed business, which, as the report before you states, will have a defined focus on the provision of a specialised teaching facility to cater for the needs of complete beginners through to competition level professionals. There would also be a focus on assisting individuals, including disabled athletes, who do not have access to such specialised facilities. The applicants have been involved in the water skiing and wakeboarding community for many years as international competitors, supporters and sponsors. They use the lake personally for water skiing, wakeboarding, paddleboarding, kayaking and swimming. They now wish to use the lake for commercial purposes in the manner just stated. There are no such facilities available on the adjacent site or within a wide local area. The touring caravan pitches, along with the toilets and basic clubhouse facilities proposed, will support the business accordingly, allowing for weekend breaks to use the water-based activities through to extended stays for experienced users during intensive periods of coaching and training. We believe that we have now provided the Council with a sufficient level of information to show that the proposal is entirely suitable for this location and will also serve to boost recreation and tourism at the same time. There will be no commercial impact on the adjacent business and land use. Paragraph 8.1.4 of the report before you shows that the Council have very carefully considered the proposal in light of Policy E7 of the local plan, which relates to the rural economy. The balance between the specialised business proposed compared to the leisure-orientated uses at the adjacent site have been examined in detail, with the Council concluding that the proposed development is in full compliance with this policy. The application is also considered to be compliant with Policy E9, which relates to visitor economy, Policy DE1, which relates to promoting good quality design,
30 seconds.
And Policy EN1, which relates to landscape character. Thanks, Joe. The proposed development is also wholly compliant with the national planning guidance as set out in the NPPF, which is also referred to in the report before you. We urge you to support this small family business, and it is therefore respectfully requested that the recommendation to approve this application is upheld and planning permission is granted accordingly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. For members of the Planning Committee only, this is the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and the case officer. Can we first of all, are there any questions that any member of the committee might wish to put to Mr. Hubbard, the applicant's agent? I'll take that silence as a no. Thank you very much. Are there any, does any member of the committee have any questions that they might wish to put to the case officer, Will Richards?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as indicated earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Harish. In future,
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated earlier.
Councillor Bisnorth-Singh indicated first, Mr. Chairman, then Councillor Milne.
Joe is dealing with the chat box and will bring people in the order that they have put themselves, the order of going onto the chat box to speak. Okay, are we happy with that? Carry on, Harish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I say these are questions, Harish, not
right.
speeches?
Yeah.
The debate comes later, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to the presenting officer is, well, thank you very much for a nice presentation. One question I have got with regards to the judicial review is in the judicial review it mentions that this is a niche business, and the niche business next door as well. So this is another niche business. So that part of it still stands. How do we fare about that? Because I'm already thinking just in case it end up cost our council money.
Thank you, Harish. Will?
Well, essentially, legal advice has been sought on the whole issue of the judicial review and that question in particular. In terms of the law and the requirements, all that is required to be done by the officers and the members is to consider the issue of competition and to deal with it. It's not a question that the court would want to delve into detail in terms of how you do it and to what extent you do it, but as long as you can you deal with it and address it, and it's a question of procedure. And that was the only thing lacking in the previous report, in as much as the officers did consider it and felt that it wasn't a material planning consideration. And to be fair to my predecessor, competition is not normally a material planning consideration. However, in the recently adopted local plan policy E7 does require the council to deal with the issue of impact on similar businesses. I think I ought to stress these aren't the same. Although I said it's the same use class, they are different in many respects, and I think Councillor Cllr did sort of hit the nail on the head when she mentions that the size of the facility lends itself to a different type of use. This application size is considerably smaller. So if I can just refer to the legal position, the nature of the use proposed is constrained not only by what the applicants are proposing, but also by the size of the site. So, like I said in my presentation, it's like comparing apples with pears, and the legal advice to the council is that this report, which they've had a look at, is comprehensive, is robust, and deals with all the issues that are required to be looked at. And I'm also confident as a planning officer that it is now a sound report and could withstand any future legal challenge.
I think the niche.
No, hang on. If you want to, excuse me, if you want to ask another question, please go back to the chat box, Harish, and we'll go on to Penny.
Okay, Mr.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to ask Will, please, for further clarification. We're all talking about this niche training facility and the sporting nature of it. And I accept the report is robust in this. It mentions it many times. I can give you
Councillor Milnes, I'm ever so sorry. May I interrupt? Councillor Bisnorth Singh, can you confirm if you're still in the meeting, please?
Councillor Bisnorth Singh, are you still with us?
It looks like we may have lost connection with him, Mr. Chairman. Are you wanting to adjourn?
Can we just adjourn for a few seconds while we're trying? Sorry, Penny. I can't see him anyway. Just bear with us, we've gone to find our IT people.
If I may come in there, Chair, I think it's problems with the server. Several of us have had a problem with the server this morning, I regret to have to say.
Yeah, you're quite right, Robert. I had problems as well. Might be an opportune moment just to ask members to restrict their comments to questions rather than a lot of preamble, please. It will help to move things forward. We can always have the debate after the questions have been asked, please.
The only other helpful suggestion, Chairman, which I dread to say, but it would be helpful, is if we take our video down as well, because that will take less data as well. That's what we sometimes have to do at counties, you well know.
Thank you, Robert. That would indeed be helpful. Again, while we have got this small slight adjournment, I failed to mention at the beginning of the meeting in my opening remarks that we will be taking a short comfort break in between each item on the agenda. So I should have mentioned that earlier. Apologies to the general public. Any luck? Sorry? Okay. Sorry, we do have to ensure for transparency, etc., that all members are present while the item. Does any member of the committee have a landline number for Harish? I've got his mobile, but that is switched off.
Mr. Chairman, I have, and do you want me to ring it?
Yep. Yes, you could do if you will, please, Mike.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, he's not answering his landline number.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for trying.
Chair, it's back in the chat box as he's joined the meeting.
Harish, can you signify that you're back with us, please? The meeting's been suspended until we know you're back with us, Harish. See your picture there, Harish. Thank you very much. Penny, would you like to continue with your question, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll start again, shall I? I'd like to ask Will for clarification and transparency, please. Without a preamble.
Sorry, Penny. Sorry, Joe's indicating another problem. Sorry. Can't hear what you're saying, Joe. Okay. Okay, Penny, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, my question for clarification and transparency then to you, Will. and without a preamble, so I'll keep it sweet and simple, is why do you consider it's not necessary to condition and differentiate the training sporting facility, the use of caravans for participants, to reflect what is written in the report? Because it seems to me that the report is robust, it talks about all this, but then it's not reflected in the permission that we are recommended to give.
Thank you, Penny.
Sound up. Yeah, that's a good question. The applicants in their design and access statement, they outline their proposed use. The key issue here is that the water sports use and the use of the lakes in the neighbouring property is under the same use class. And in planning regulations, that is the key. So if you have two operations in the same use class, then they are essentially the same. The emphasis or the justification put forward by the current owners is that their offer, if you like, offering is specific, and it deals with sports, coaching, participation, sponsorship, and teaching. Now, you may ask, well, what if they stop doing that? What if they sell the property and somebody else comes along and they don't do the teaching? Now, that is a possibility. Now, the legal position and legal advice is as follows. If the site changes ownership, in theory, it would be possible to be run in a different way without specialist training, without breaching planning permission. It is not considered, however, that this would result in a materially different operation, as the same activity would take place, water skiing and waterboarding. When a local planning authority imposes planning conditions, there are 6 tests. Otherwise, the condition is not valid, can be challenged legally. One of those tests is that it's capable of being enforced. Now, if the uses are in the same use class, and we're trying to, or this authority is trying to insist by means of a condition that it should only be used for training and sports, then that enforcement, should it go to that, wouldn't be a valid approach, and that would be lost on appeal and costs awarded to the council. So the way the officers are looking at this is that this is a smaller site. It lends itself to the activities proposed, and it can be conditioned. It has been conditioned, or it is recommended for conditioning, but this is one element which hasn't been considered appropriate or necessary, and that is insisting that it should only be for training or sports, for the reasons I explained. In terms of other conditions, if there is concern about noise or something, for example, well, their proposal is that there should only be one motorized boat, and that could be a condition. And that could be meets all the criteria for a valid planning condition. So basically, that's the planning explanation in a sense.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will. Can I come back or not, Bob?
Not straight away. Put yourself back in the chat box, please. Well, are there any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions, Joe? So, if Harris, if you'd like to come back, and then you come back, Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I was going to have with regards to the pollution, I just heard you saying with regards to this.
It's a question, please, Harris.
Okay.
We're running out of time for questions, so please be brief. Okay.
With regards to the pollution, the water treatment, the wastewater treatment will be after treatment, it will be discharged into the river, not into the lake. So what will happen if there is a problem if waste is discharged into the lake, the pollutions?
Okay.
Well,
brief answer, please, Will.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The proposal sets out the drainage position. There is going to be they're not going to be connected onto the mains. There will be a self-contained treatment plant on site, and the purpose of which is to undertake filtration and all sorts of treatment, and the same but on a smaller scale as is undertaken by water authorities when they deal with main sewers and the contents thereof. They are treated. The waste, if we can put it that way, is treated, and eventually the liquids are returned to watercourses in a clean, unpolluted fashion, and some of the solids, if I can put it that way, are used for other purposes. Some use it for manure, but all I would say is that the purpose of the treatment plants is to treat the waste and to ensure that any end product is clean and would not pollute the waters, and that would be monitored on a regular basis, not by the council, but it would be by, I believe it would be the Environment Agency and possibly the Environmental Health. But my experience of these sort of treatment plants is that they are very effective, and they do the job properly without any pollution problems.
Thank you, Will. Penny, you'd like to come back?
Yes, please. If I could just take my first question slightly further, please, Will. The agent was saying that the material consideration in this case is the defined focus of the offering, this niche training sporting facility. If we cannot keep it to a training facility and it becomes just a general water ski and wakeboarding facility with general caravan use for holiday use, which I believe is where we're going to with this, have we therefore to completely disregard all the speak about this niche offering? Because it's repeated and repeated and repeated in the report and in the Appendix 1 that this is the justification for this application. So can you just clarify for me then that we disregard all that niche offering and all that speak about it, and we look at this as just a general water ski facility with holiday caravans?
Thank you, Penny. Will?
I don't believe we should disregard what's in the application, in the design and access statement, in the business plan and the business model, because that is the proposal that's before you now. None of us know what's ahead in terms of use of land, ownership of land, and proposals that affect land. But in this case, if and that is the legal position. So, because they're in the same use class, I've got to stress that. Then, if somebody comes along and don't do the training, is something that we can't enforce by means of condition. That's the position. But again, Councillor Trollop mentioned the size of the facility. This doesn't lend itself to a large commercial operation, and if for example we condition, say, the number of motorized boats there to 1, and that's all they're applying for, that could be a condition that is valid and could be enforced. And also, you mentioned caravans. There's no reason why the occupation of the caravans can't be linked to use of the lake for skiing and waterboarding. You could, I suppose, impose a condition whereby you confine the use to skiing and waterboarding. So essentially, we can't ignore what's been said. That is the foreseeable use of the site by the applicants. It appears from the evidence I've seen that the applicants are people who are skiers of a high standard and have been involved in teaching and coaching. And so I've no fear that in the short term, at any rate, that it's going to be converted to something else. And in fact, if I can just sort of explain as well, the nature of the site is key to this. The nature of the use proposed is constrained not only by what the applicants are proposing, but by the size of the site. It's a far smaller site than the neighbouring site, and I don't think we can legitimately think ahead as to what might happen 20 years down the line. If there is a material change of use at that time, then they would require planning consent. But if it's the same use class and the same use, skiing and waterboarding, then it would remain pretty much the same as is proposed. The only difference is there wouldn't be any training involved, but there is no prospect of that in the short term from what I can see.
Thank you, Will.
So, sorry.
No, we'll
question.
Excuse me. Are there any other speakers in the chat box, please? Excuse me, sorry. Joe?
No, no one else has indicated.
Start the debate. Penny, please.
Start the debate. Okay. Well, I still have great concerns, and I really appreciate Will's answers, because I think he has clarified that the proposal in front of us is actually for a general water ski and wakeboarding facility, and I believe, therefore, we have to completely disregard the case from the applicants about it being training and sport related. I accept and I appreciate Will's suggestions about some extra conditions, which I think would help. And the other problem is, and Will hit on it again, is that we cannot put a personal condition on this. The applicants may sell the site tomorrow for all we know. So I think we need to be clear that we are making a permission for a general use here, as in that use class, and not to get carried away with what these applicants are offering. Providing we accept that, and I think we can add these extra conditions, and with the legal advice that we've had, I'm still wary of my contradictions, as I put it, that are written in the report but then not repeated in the what do you call it, the permission. But with all the legal advice, I think we might have to accept that. And I would like to add those 3 extra conditions, please, if we could, that only one motorised and quiet boat is operated at any one time, that the caravan use occupation is linked to the use of the lake for the water skiing and wakeboarding, that we limit it to water skiing and wakeboarding, and that might go some way to focusing it a bit, but I think we need to be clear that we are giving a general permission here in many other ways. And if we accept that, and we accept that that material consideration is therefore covered legally, I move to approve it. But I would like to hear what anybody else would like to say, please.
Councillor Reid, you've indicated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Only just.
All right. Okay, fine. The position to me is that the JR position judgment from 2018 has been vigorously and scrupulously looked at. This is a new application. It has been meticulously viewed Site visits have been undertaken from the deferment last time and has given us an opportunity to double check this application, especially with a new development manager in place with considerable professional experience to be able to, with a fresh set of eyes, look at this application. The applicant is fully compliant, and I actually urge that no extra conditions are added to the applicant, because let's turn this the other way round. Should we refuse the application, I think the applicant would actually have a fair defence against an appeal. And I do understand in the debate the apples and pears scenario, but I'm confident that with double checking and being careful in what is in the report, it's not time to reinvent the wheel with new conditions, and I'm confident that this application is sound, and I therefore wish that this application is recommended for approval, and I am happy or wish to propose that it is as it is. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Reid.
Chairman, I'm happy to second that.
Can I just... Oh, I'm getting an echo here for some reason. Could I ask our legal expert to... What's going on? Not had that all morning. Can we just clarify whether... Oh, that's better. Sorry, Shaheen, can we have your comments on the proposed additional conditions, first of all? That it's restricted to one motorboat at a time, and that it's restricted to water skiing, waterboarding, and that the caravan use is directly associated with those activities.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the first two proposed additional conditions, they would directly link to what the applicant has said they would provide, and the barrister who gave us the legal advice has said that they would be appropriate conditions if we had reservations about noise and general amenity. So those conditions, I think, do meet the planning tests for conditions, and they're appropriate. In respect of the use of caravans being directly related to the use, I have some reservations whether that would be an enforceable condition. I'd be happy to hear Will's view as well on that, whether that is too directive, because people could come on and use the caravans freely in any event. So the first two conditions I have no difficulty with, but I'd appreciate Will's thoughts on the third.
Will, you have covered this 2 or 3 times. Can you sort of give a brief response to that in terms of basically summing up what you said before in a way?
Yeah, I think in terms of the conditions, I think restricting it to one motorised boat is reasonable, and that is what they're proposing. And then confining it to skiing and wakeboarding is, again, what they're proposing is reasonable to impose that. And then the third one, I don't think it's unreasonable to link the occupancy of the caravans to the use of the lake, and it sort of addresses Councillor Milne's point about tying up or tightening up the permission. If that condition, for example, isn't imposed, then there is a possibility that you can have water skiing being carried out, and then you could have a separate lot of guests staying in the caravan, and that would have an implication on traffic generation, because you'd have a set of people driving I don't think it's cycle. It's quite a rural area, so you have people driving there to ski and people driving there to stay in their caravans. But the caravans are described as touring caravans. Touring caravans are normally ones that are towed and are taken from site to site. So I think, you know, if they're for the use of the occupants, then I don't think that is going to be an issue planning wise. But again, I don't think this is a matter which is going to be fatal to the application or the success of the approval, because because of the size of the site. I personally, as a planner, don't feel that if you don't impose this condition, it would cause a problem. You could have just two sets of guests, one for the caravans leisure and the other for the use of the lake. But I think, given that the applicant has actually told us really that is the purpose of the caravans for the users of the site, then it's not going to be controversial from the applicant's point of view, and he's unlikely to appeal that condition. But as I say, I have no strong views on the matter. I think, you know, it's a matter for members to decide how they wish to play it.
So if I read you correctly there, will you say that the inclusion of those conditions will really make no material difference to the application and the approval?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'll start again. I'm so sorry. Yes, those three conditions are fine and satisfactory, but I don't think there would be any great difference if you know, if we did impose that condition regarding occupancy of the caravan, because the actual applicants have actually proposed that, and that is their proposal, and all the condition would be doing is just to confirm that, and it's unlikely the applicant is likely to appeal that condition. It's a matter for members.
Thank you. Well, Robert, have you got strong feelings about additional conditions, or are you?
I have, because I think you must have like for like. You know, Tallington Lakes is quite separate to this, and I really feel that this application has been properly gone through, and to recondition things at this point in the game is really not a good idea. I really think the application, as my proposed, I wish to stand that is up for approval, and it is without extra conditions, and I look for other members' support. They might have a different view, but that's where I am.
Thank you, Robert. Jackie Smith has seconded your proposal, Robert. Penny, in view of the comments that Will has made, do you wish to pursue these conditions, or are you happy that it is all contained within the application and within all the papers?
No, I am strongly in favour of these three conditions.
Okay, would you? We've been going quite a while on this, Penny. Could you solidify that? Put the. Oh, sorry.
Under that.
Bear with me. Will is attracting my attention. Sorry, Penny.
Thank you, Chairman. Shaheen, our head of legal, has kindly pointed out to me a paragraph, the 3.5 of the officer's report, and perhaps I could. This supports Councillor Reid's contention that it's not necessary, because if I can read bits of that. It's intended that the pitches would be rented out for the season for people either interested in waterborne activities offered at the site in a small leisure sighting, bringing caravan at the start of the season, where it would remain on site for an agreed period. And this is the crucial bit, the last sentence. It is not intended that the caravan site be restricted solely to water sports activities taking place on the lake or at the clubhouse. So please accept my apologies, because I may have misled the committee on that one.
May I come back, Bob?
Would you mind putting the microphone off, the red microphone at the side of it? Thank you. Thank you very much, Will.
May I come back, please, on that?
Very quickly, please, because I think we do need to move on.
The other aspect of the caravans, I think I pointed out in earlier comments, are that 20 caravans are a significant number, even compared to the Tallington Lakes. It's a large percentage of pitches out for rent. And I believe that this whole application, the whole gist of what the applicants have put forward, needs these conditions to tighten it up. And we can't personalise the condition. I accept what the applicants do, and I agree with all that, but we are in danger otherwise of giving too broad a permission, and I think these conditions just tighten it up. And I do agree with Will that the applicant has said all these things, therefore it should not be contentious.
Okay, thank you for that, Penny. Shaheen?
Thank you, Chair. Oops.
Please call me Chairman, not Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just having had that clarification about the use of the caravans, from a legal perspective, the advice is that the first two conditions are enforceable and can be attached as additional conditions, but the third is not advised. But of course it's a matter for you as the committee as to whether you want to add those additional committees as is proposed by Councillor Milne or not, and keep to the conditions that you already have as proposed by Councillor Reid. But that is a matter for the committee.
Thank you, Shaheen. Penny's suggestion of additional conditions has been seconded by Harish. What I want to do now is quickly, and move this on, is quickly go around the committee and establish whether they wish to add additional conditions to that which is in the officer recommendation. So, if Annette, can you hear me?
I can, Chair, yes.
Thank you. So if you would call the names out of the committee members, you are voting for additional conditions or against, and we'll get that out of the way and then move forward.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, before you do that, Mr. Chairman, there is this compromise that Shaheen and Will appear to be suggesting, that is that we have the first two conditions and not the third.
Are you willing to accept that, Penny? I don't want to get drawn into a whole round of votes for conditions, etc. But Penny?
Well, I'm definitely in favour of the first two. The third one, yes, I still think so, because of everything that's been written in the report. The report has been deemed robust by the legal section, but it's not.
The answer is you want the three. For you want the three conditions. So let's deal with the matter of.
I'm flexible on the third, but
sorry.
I'm flexible on the third, but I think preferably all three, please.
Robert, would you accept the first two additional conditions to move things forward?
No.
Okay, so we'll take the vote, Annette, on whether members wish for additional conditions, and then we'll determine what those conditions might be if the vote goes that way.
Right, Chair. So this is for additional conditions.
Yep.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Bellamy.
Against.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
For.
Councillor Clack.
For.
Councillor Cottier.
Against.
Councillor Dilks.
Mr. Chairman, we do seem to have moved on to conditions, and I was indicating to talk on the general principle of the application. But on the conditions,
let's deal with the question of whether we want more conditions or not. Then we can go back to the principle, Phil, if that's all right. I just want to deal with the conditions and get that dealt with.
I would be happy with the legal advice that we're having, that the first two are acceptable and not the third.
Right, so that you're.
So you're voting for additional conditions, or you're voting for the conditions to stay as they are within the report?
I don't see a problem with the first two conditions, as that's what the applicants say they want anyway.
Chair, can I just clarify? This is for additional conditions, this vote so far.
Yes, it is, Annette. Anita, sorry.
It's all right, don't worry.
So can I clarify? We're not distinguishing the conditions at the moment. We're just talking about some extra conditions that we're.
Correct.
In fact, this is in the middle of a vote, Chairman. Thank you.
You're right, Robert, but let's get it right. So we are voting whether members wish to see additional conditions put on this application.
Right. So Councillor Dilks.
In that case, I abstain on this particular point. Thank you.
Councillor Exton.
Against.
Councillor Cabry-Brown.
Against.
Councillor Milnes.
For.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Selby.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Against.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Against.
It's okay.
Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Sorry. So we have 3 for additional conditions, 9 against additional conditions, and 1 abstention, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, members. At least we've put that to bed. So, Phil, you want to make some comment on the general principles?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm glad that we had the site visit, that we did defer this at the last planning meeting, or was it the one before, so that we could have a site visit. And I think the site visit was very valuable. I saw a small family business or a small family undertaking, you know, within their own premises. They've obviously spent a lot of money on the residents within the site and on other things that they're doing there, and obviously we have a main objector who's on a large commercial operation next door. It seems to me that it's a case of David and Goliath. I have read all the emails that have come to us, as I'm sure others have. The main objector suggested that in one of the emails that it would be unlawful, that he thought the judge had said in the High Court at the judicial review that it was unlawful to grant permission for a business next to his, or a similar business, or one of the same, and actually that doesn't seem to be what the judge said at all. What he said was that the council at the time didn't pay sufficient mind to the material consideration of the possible impact on the business next door. And I think I've looked at it, and I think we all have looked at it, and I do not believe that this small family undertaking that is being proposed would threaten the large commercial business next door of Tellington Lakes. So I would support the proposal, support the application, and we'll vote for it with or without the conditions. On the conditions, I think, as we've been told, the first 2 conditions seem to be what the applicant is saying they want to do anyway. I don't believe that the applicant, that there would be any change for at least 20 or 30 years to the next generation who could stay there and promote this small family business. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Sorry, is there another speaker in the chat box, Joe?
Councillor Bisnorthstein did indicate that he wanted to speak earlier.
Well, he wanted to second Penny's proposal for the additional conditions, which we've voted now and against. The only one I've got here is Jackie Smith, please.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up with Robert Reid's proposal that we approve the application.
Thank you, Jackie. You did say that earlier, and on that point, we've got it proposed by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Jackie Smith, that we accept the officer's recommendation as in the report. Sorry, Ian, we've moved on. You've had plenty of time to indicate you wish to speak. We've been dealing with this now for coming on for an hour and a half, and I'm going to move to the vote as to whether members are happy to approve the application as per the officer's recommendation. Anita, will you?
I did indicate to do a final sentence, please.
No, I've moved on, Penny. There was nothing in the chat box when I said we're going to move on to the vote, so I'm going to move on to the vote. So it's been proposed by Robert Reid, it's been seconded by Jackie Smith. Anita, will you go through the roll call, please, for members to vote?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. So this is for the application to be approved as
proposed.
Yes, it's fine. So Councillor Adams. Councillor Bellamy. Sorry, Councillor Bellamy.
4.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
Abstain.
Councillor Clack.
4.
Councillor Cottier.
4.
Councillor Dilks.
4.
Councillor Exton.
4.
Councillor Cabry Brown.
4.
Councillor Milnes.
Abstain.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Selby.
4.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
4.
Councillor Judy Smith.
4.
Chairman, that's 11 for and 2 abstaining.
Thank you, Anita. That concludes the first application on the agenda. We're now going to have a short conference break for a few minutes, please, and then we'll reassemble and have a roll call. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. All right, Joe, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Yes. Every time I wish to speak, I go down to the chat box, I get onto the chat box, type in my name, but then it never seems to send it on. I don't have the little arrow there.
Do you want to try and do a test now?
Yes, certainly.
You must hit the enter button, Rosemary.
So what I do is I type in, just put Rosemary in. R-O-S-E.
Just put me, the system, pick it up.
That's it. I'm doing that.
It doesn't show me you're actually typing.
No, I didn't think it did. It's all in grey. And there's no blue box, if you know what I mean. Then I press the little A, and that comes up with colours. No, it's
I don't know where you've got a little A from, because there shouldn't be a little A in the box.
No, well, there isn't a box. I've clicked on the... Just let me get rid of this colour chart thing. Now then, when I look at my screen now, I've got the chat box without the red button. There's no red on it. It's just a black chat box there.
There shouldn't... The chat box should be on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yes, it is. It's there, but it's not got its little red button on it.
There isn't a little red button on the chat box.
Ah, well, there has been all morning. It's not now. I'll try again, but...
Can I ask someone from the IT team to have a look for you? Because they can remote onto your device and make sure that everything's as it should be. I'll just get them to do it now.
Joe?
Yeah?
You only get the red dot if you actually if it's closed and you get a new message come up.
Oh, that red dot. I'm going to get IT to contact you anyway, Councillor Cabry Brown.
I think that's what she's on about.
Can you see everybody else's messages? You're muted. Can you just repeat what you said, because you were muted?
Yes, I can see everyone else's messages, and I originally asked to put a message in immediately after Robert Reid. Second, it said.
In the column where everybody else's messages are,
Yes.
can you click in the little white box at the bottom?
I haven't got a little white box at the bottom.
Okay, in that case, if you can hang fire, I've asked someone from IT to give you a call and they'll be able to have a look.
Yes, can you ask them to give me a call on my mobile?
I can do indeed.
Because I've got that by the screen, you see.
No problem.
Other end of the house. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
I've
you.
asked them to give you a ring.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Can I double check a couple of public speakers, please? Firstly, for the next application, have we got Phil Cupit?
Yes, I'm here, Joe.
Wonderful, we can hear you. That's marvellous. Thank you very much.
Switch the video on when the time comes.
Brilliant. And can we check Patricia Scriven as well, please? Patricia, I've just unmuted your microphone for you, so please can you try speaking for me? Patricia, are you able to hear me? Patricia, are you able to hear us? If you are able to hear us, once again, we'll try and get IT to follow up with you. Thank you.
Joe, can I ask that IT are expedient about it, because the length of delay in my problem was not really very great.
Yeah, I've asked them to contact her now.
Thank you.
Welcome back, members. Well, is Anita with us? Okay, Anita's not quite with us, not back with us yet. Can I just say to members, if you leave the meeting, please let us know. You must tell us when you get up and go, and then we won't have the issues that we've had in trying to find people. And obviously, if you do leave, we'd need to know, because you then should not participate in any vote. Be grateful for your help on that, folks. Thank you.
I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we've got you nailed to your chair, Harry.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I think the computer did not like me. He just cut me off totally.
Please,
okay.
Please, can we check Patricia Scriven again? Patricia, I've unmuted your microphone. Please, can you speak for us?
Have we got Phil Cupid and Nigel Jones? Have we been able to bring those good folk in?
Phil is in the room.
Thank you.
I'm here, Joe.
Do you have Skype for Business in your computer?
No.
Right.
Why?
Patricia Scriven doesn't look like she's been able to join us properly. IT are getting in touch with her at the moment, and I'm just about to call Nigel in.
I did do it once before, actually, so I must have it on my computer.
Members, please may I ask
Harish, will you turn your
your
mic off if you're
microphones?
doing something else, please? Sorry, Joe.
Thank you. I'm just about to call in Nigel now, so
Can we do a roll call of members while you're doing that, please?
Yes, certainly, Chairman.
Thank you, Anita.
Do you want me to start?
Yes, please.
Right. Councillor Adams.
Present.
Councillor Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
Present.
Councillor Clack.
Present.
Councillor Cottier.
Hello, Nigel Jones.
hello Nigel, it's Jo Toomey from South Kesteven District Council. You've just been dialed into the remote planning committee session. We're just doing a roll call of members now.
Thank you.
Councillor Cottier.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Exton.
Present.
Councillor Cabry Brown.
Present.
Councillor Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Selby.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Thank you. Everybody's present, Chairman.
Thank you, Anita. So why have we got the echo? Why have we got the echo back again?
It seems to be coming from Councillor Jackie Smith, Mr. Chairman.
Could you turn your microphone off,
I've
Jackie?
just muted her.
Oh, have you? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Right, we'll move on to application S19-2140, which is the approval of reserved matters, land east of Low Road. The officer for this is Reddy. Are you with us, Reddy?
Yes, I am, Chairman.
Okay, before I ask you to come in, I do want to place on record, particularly with this application, the hard work, effort, and over and beyond the call of duty, I think is the general exception of Reddy, who has really gone to great lengths to try and bring this application to a conclusion. I have had a number of conversations with residents in Barrowby over this application, and I think it's only right to say that they are also very appreciative, Reddy, of how you've dealt with them and the manner in which you have dealt with them over this pretty difficult application. So please accept our thanks for that. And Anita, would you record those thanks, both of myself and I'm sure of other committee members and of the residents of Barrowby for the efforts that Reddy has put into this?
Yes, certainly, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Over to you, Reddy, please.
Good morning, everybody. Can you see the slides? Can everybody see them?
I can, Reddy. Hopefully everybody else can. Anybody not see the slides? I'll take that to everybody
I
else.
can't. I've got one slide, but is it just a word slide?
Yes, it is. That's the first slide. Land east of Low Road. Would you be kind enough to turn your mic off, Jackie, because we appear to be getting some echo. Thank you. Over to you, Reddy.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. As you'll be aware from reading the report, this is a sort of a very interesting and very important planning application. The application before your committee has been submitted by the Linden Group on behalf of their clients, Platform Housing. And the scheme itself, it relates to a reserve matters planning application for 49 dwellings. And I think the first point I want to make to you all is that it's 100% affordable housing, and I'm going to spend some time talking about the issue of affordable housing as I go through the presentation. In my view, the key issues that members need to be aware of is the principle of the development, the impact of the layout, design and landscaping upon the character of the area, the impact upon residential amenities, and as I said before, I'm also going to talk a little bit about the affordable housing. The plan before you is an aerial shot of the land. You can see the application site outlined in red. The next slide just shows it in its sort of surrounding context. At the front of the site where the sort of black arrows are, it's basically showing where Low Road is, and also some of the existing development that is in the area. What I've got for you the next 3 slides is that the developers have kindly shown very sort of high quality pictures taken by a drone that they've done specially for your committee to give you a sort of a balanced view of how the site looks like at the moment. And we're going to start from the back of the site and then work our way around towards Low Road, and I'll talk about the issues as I take you through them. This is a shot taken by a drone. As you can see, right at where the houses are at the front of the site is where Low Road is. And then if I was going to look at the sort of the left-hand side, you'll see there's an existing building there close to the application site, and that's a scout hut. And I want you to use that to get your bearings when you're looking at the more detailed plans. So I'm going to take you as the drone flies around the site. You can see that the site itself was former sort of agricultural land. It's about 2 hectares in size. The access is going to be provided off Low Road in Barrowby to serve the development. It's a relatively sort of flat site, as you can see, but there is development across the site and adjacent to it as well. So the next image. Again, is taken from one side of it. On the left-hand side, you've got Low Road, and you can see that's kind of sort of a building right in the bottom corner, and that's the scout hut. And again, if you just bear in mind that those who visited the site, we use that scout hut to get our bearings on this development and how it relates to it. But that gives you sort of a visual image of what that site looks like at the moment. And I'm going to take you through another final aerial drone shot. And again, right at the top corner where the houses are, you can see the scout hut that I referred to get your bearings again. You can see sort of how the existing development that is in around the site as well. And the other thing I want to point out from this aerial shot is, bear in mind that there is a mixture of house types in that locality. It's not a sort of monotonous look about it. It's got lots of variety, lots of diversity as well. Right. As you're aware from the planning report, I think it's important that I tell you a bit of a sort of a history of the site. The plan that you're looking at the moment, you can see where it's got marked Village Hall, which is like the scout hut I was referring to at the bottom end. And this is what was approved in May last year when the county council, who owned the land, submitted an outline planning application, and basically they did a basic layout to try and demonstrate they could get 49 units onto the site. So that was a starting point that the developers had. So this application was approved in May last year by committee. And then what happened next is that the developers, the county council, who are the applicants, are not developers, as you know, so they need to sell the site to somebody who is, and this is where Platform Housing and the Linden Group come in. The scheme that you're being asked to consider has been heavily revised. We've tried to work as much as we can with the local residents, the parish council, the neighbourhood forum, and we've done lots and lots of changes which I've outlined in the planning report. One of the details I say to you is that we've made the roads more curvy, so they're not so look uniform. We put swales, introduced swales to give a green feel to it. We've improved each of the sort of those kind of beige areas on the plans are basically open space and sort of attenuation measures. And what we've tried to do is give each of those open space a different theme. So you've got like a play area at the front, and then the amenity area at the back is like a more sort of calming area, and then we've got the water attenuation works behind the sort of scout hall. It's also something I need to point out to members because it's caused a lot of confusion with local residents, is that part of this site, you can see from the original plan, if I go back again, sorry, is that was the original layout with all the houses, that was what was granted at outline permission, and you'll notice that no land was actually allocated at the front along Low Road for anything of them housing. This scheme is different because further discussions took place between the various developers and various consultation that was carried out. So what you've got is, if you get the bearings where the scout hall is, right at the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see that there's an indication of a potential store being provided there. I don't think I'm breaking any commercial sort of confidentiality by saying that the developers are in negotiations with Co-op to provide a store there, and they have submitted details to us over the last week asking for our informal views on that scheme. The important thing I need to point out to members is that that site is excluded from the development, so that Co-op store needs to have a separate planning application to be submitted for consideration by your committee. To be perfectly honest, what they've submitted isn't very good architecturally. It's not been worked out landscaping wise, and it's just a very basic scheme that they've asked us to look at. The plan that I'm showing you at the moment, a lot of effort has gone into greening the site, putting more planting, mature trees, and the developers have actually, from the original scheme that they wanted the committee to look at, they've spent over £100,000 upping the design of this proposals and this schemes. They've gone to some lengths to actually listen to what your planning officers have got to say, your urban designers and your landscape team, and as a team we're quite satisfied with it. And I also need to point out that it went through the design pad as well, and that was very important because that gave us as officers the power to actually negotiate with the developers and explain to them that there is a real need to up their game because the first scheme that was submitted was just so poor. They've changed the elevational treatment, they've added chimneys, they've changed window treatments, they've improved the doors, and I said to you, the whole series of landscaping. So it's very important that members do read what I've put down and all the changes that have been made to the application. As I said to you, the Co-op store at the front wasn't part of any previous approval, and it'll come in as a separate application. These are just some of the street elevations. So the top elevation is what it would look like from Low Road itself, and we have changed a lot of the houses how they originally were going to look like. Instead of all making them all look the same, we've introduced variety to the porches, the designs of the proposals, introduced render as a design feature. At the end of the day, Platform Housing are a specialist housing provider. They have a template, and and they have costs to sort of bear in mind how they develop these sites. But I have to draw to your attention as committee that they have worked very positively with us, and they've stretched as much as they possibly can to get as many changes incorporated into the scheme. The bottom elevation is as you're walking across the access road, how the development would actually be viewed. And we've angled properties and we've changed things around to make things that way around. I'm just going to go back to the previous layout that's being proposed. Again, I need to point out there's only one access road that's been created off Low Road to serve the whole development. And we'll also encourage the developers to provide an access to the development that is being proposed at the back as well. Now that's a diagram that again I asked the developers to provide to actually give you a bit of site context to how this scheme is taking shape and why it's being recommended for approval. We really have thought a lot about the details, about how things could be developed to make that site acceptable. It's a lot better than what was approved on the outline scheme for the County Council. And it's also, if I might say, it's a warning sign as well about when you're approving outline applications, you need better details so you know what the actual eventual reserve matter scheme when it comes in, or a full planning application, how these things can be sort of worked through into some kind of detail. My report points out that this development is part of a bigger site for development and how it relates to the wider site. And the next sort of couple of slides I'm going to show you is how this site relates to the other sites which is being governed and dictated by a master plan. This slide just shows the attenuation area. There's lots of landscaping details for each of the actual open space and attenuation areas, and I just wanted to provide this as an example of how much thought has gone in by the sort of the developers and their professional advisors in terms of putting the right trees, the right planting, creating a biodiverse sort of space in this particular instance. And again, you can see on the outer parts of the access road, the blue hatched areas, which are the swales and sort of green areas, so you don't get a hard landscaping along the whole of the road. So again, we switched that element of it. Right, this is the whole site which is being earmarked for development. And what I've done on the next slide is I've divided it between the three key developers to show you what's going on, so you can make an informed decision and just get a better appreciation where things stand, because you do need to know that information to make a good decision. You see the orange area, or the beige area, that's the application site, and that's the application that you've been asked to look at for 49 houses and bungalows. Phase 2 is a current application, and again it's caused some confusion because it's an outline application submitted by Persimmon Homes, so the purple area on phase 2, and that's for 83 dwelling houses at the moment. I'm the officer for that particular application by Persimmon Homes. We're still in discussions, and it's been with me for a long time, but we're just no further to getting that forward to committee at the moment. I'd also bring to your attention phase 3 of the development, and that's that land is being sort of acquired by Larkfleet, and they want to put up 138 dwellings, and they want to submit an outline application in 2021. So if I can just recap, orange area is where the development site you've been asked to look at. And you can see between the blue area and a little white sort of area, which is the scout hall to get your bearings on. Persimmon Homes, the purple area, they've submitted an outline scheme. They're also going out at the moment to consult on a master plan. That consultation period ends on the 17th of July. I also have to tell members that this is a private matter between Persimmon Homes and Larkfleet going out and consulting the neighbourhood with their master plan. We've given some basic guidance, both the policy team and the planning management team, to look at the basics of that, what they've submitted, and really they've started what I would call their first phase of actually consulting with the local community. But just to reassure members, one of the things that we're going to do is when Persimmon Homes Larkfleet come back to us after they carry out their consultation exercise, is that we'd like to take that draft master plan to our design pad for comments and get a sort of acceptance to how we can take things forward. And what I'd also like to do is work more closely with the parish council and the neighbourhood forum, with the developers, and have an honest dialogue with them of how we can improve that site. Because, like everybody else, I'm quite conscious that if we get this wrong, it'll be catastrophic for Barrowby in terms of how that's phased, how it's integrated, how we create a placemaking sort of area. Is all going to be very, very important, and all that is being put into the mix. I'm just going to go back to the main application. I personally think that they've done a very professional job in the way they've worked with us, and as said to you, they've put a lot of investment into it. The key issues for me are, as I've identified earlier, are the master plan, and I just want to refer to what I've put in my committee report under 8.1.2 on page 57. The report points out that members will be aware that an outline plan permission has already been granted for this element of the site, so the principle has already been established. Even though there is a requirement to provide a master plan through the inspector's report, which was discussed as part of the adoption for the local plan, being honest with you, I don't think realistically and legally I can force the developers to sort of wait for a master plan to be adopted, because everything that I would have wanted to put into a master plan, i.e. the key routes, the connectivity, you can all see where the pedestrian routes are, you can see I've controlled it by one access road, the greening of the area, retention of key trees and boundary treatment, providing an access onto the next stage of the development, are all being addressed. In my view, even if I did a master plan, there's nothing much I could really realistically change in this present scheme. You'd probably end up getting the same scheme and now as if a master plan had been adopted for all three sites. The problem that I have legally is that the developer's scheme is sound, because they managed to get, well, the county council, the previous developers managed to get their consent for 49 houses, and that puts your planning committee at a very difficult position, because the outline permission has been approved, regardless of my report referring to the local plan and the inspector's report. I just need members to be aware of that. The other key thing I wanted to say on this is that I'm well aware that lots of people, the local community, have written into members raising all types of concern about this development. I have a lot of empathy with what the residents have said, and I've tried as much as possible to incorporate that. I found the developers and their agents very sympathetic to what the residents have had to say on the proposal. But there's one element that I need to correct for committee members, so you can make up your own mind about this. And this is the issue of affordable housing, because it seems to have confused a lot of residents. Some saying there's no affordable housing, or it's not affordable. So I'd just like to spend a couple of minutes with you, just taking you through my understanding of affordable housing, the policy. And I want you to bear in mind that I'm not an affordable housing expert by any means, so please bear with me on this one. As I said to you, the current application provides 100% affordable housing. That's for all 49 units. Now, one thing I need to update you is the split between these 45 units. So by way of I can update you, 25 of these properties would be for affordable rent, and and the remaining 24 would be for shared ownership. If I can just break this down for you, the affordable rent, there's a mixture of housing and bungalows being provided in the total 5 units. Now, the affordable rented properties have been requested because there's been an identified housing need identified by Barrowby's council's housing team, and it's been sort of seen as a positive thing for the district. As I said to you, the mix has changed from what I've put into my report, but so it's important that this information I provide you is what you're getting is 25 affordable rents and 24 shared ownership. They've actually increased the number of shared ownership properties from what I've said in my report. So how does the potential renting units work? Okay, first of all, if you were to grant planning permission for these and these were built, what it'd mean is that people who be given access to those properties would be people who have a local, in the first instance, have a local connection with Barrowby. And that kind of approach sort of makes sense to me. So the first option would be people with some kind of connection with Barrowby. It could be sort of, for example, people's children who've moved out the area, who can't afford properties in Barrowby and who are renting elsewhere in Grantham or in other nearby areas, but they have their parents or their main domain is in Barrowby. They would have an option, depending on their status, of actually being able to rent one of these properties. So that's how that is done. And again, other nominations will be done by the district council. So it's not a question of that of the developers going away and thinking they can put anybody in there. There's some kind of protocols and establishment of treating people with courtesy, looking after their well-being, and trying to provide them sort of with a safe haven and a safe home, you know, and somewhere decent to live in. In terms of operational details, the rents will be set by the local housing allowance rate, which is a housing-related benefit which helps people with low-income groups pay their rent when renting from a landlord. The social benefits of this affordable rent provision involve supplying people who can't afford properties at a safe and secure tenancy, and also trying to reduce the dependency on the council-owned properties in the area as well. So that's how that sort of element and how people will be picked up from the affordable housing element. As I said to you, this revised scheme involves 24 shared ownership schemes, and what we've got here is 10 two-bedroom, four-person houses, and 14 of them will be three-bedroom, five-person houses. So I'm just going to explain quickly my understanding how the shared ownership properties work. What the developers try to do is obviously go with the definition in the National Planning Policy Framework on the definition of affordable housing. Shared ownership is a tenure that allows people who can't afford to buy a house outright to move towards property ownership. So the potential occupiers of the shared ownership will buy a percentage of the property based on its value, often through a mortgage. And basically they buy a percentage interest in the property. It means that people who just can't, young people for example, or people from all different groups who can't afford to at the moment to save a deposit or whatever, they get a chance to go on the housing market and invest in a property and give them a bit of security. And what it usually means is that they require a smaller deposit to secure the home. But it's also important I point out to members that even though, say for example, I bought in a shared ownership property, the rest of the value is owned by the applicants and is paid by the resident as a rent. So even though you're buying the property, you've got a vested interest in it, you're still paying rent to the property. So shared ownership means having a stake in the property of the residents when they move into it. And at the same time, the residents are then able to purchase a larger percentage of the property value, and ultimately, if the agreement is done in a certain way, they can end up buying the houses. Therefore, the point I'm trying to make is shared ownership is an affordable option for home ownership, and it's a completely different product from what I described with the affordable rent issue. The other question members asked me at the site visit to investigate was, what is affordable housing? What are these properties, going to be sold at, and things like that. So I spent some time with the Linden Group, going through these kind of issues, and we had quite a good dialogue, and they're very, very helpful in providing me with their sort of information. So I'm going to share this information with you because I think it's useful to know. Each property, as you know, will eventually get valued independently, and the valuation that they're looking at is about £162,000 for two-bedroom units and £195,000 for three-bedroom units. And this model by Platform Housing means that if you're interested in buying one of these properties, they try and encourage people to purchase a 35% minimum share of the property price. So if I can give you an example of that, so depending on your deposit, depending on the mortgage affordability category that you fall into, a 3-bedroom house purchased at 35% would be approximately £310 in rent and £300 in a mortgage payment. And that's an overall payment that a person would be committed to of £610. So these are the kind of issues that people have got to grapple with. You know, they are creating a good scheme. They're creating a valuable thing for the district. My recommendation is for approval. I know there's lots of questions that members will have over this, and I'd like to stop there, Chairman, through you, and leave it as that, and then I'll answer questions as members of the committee raise them, if that's okay. Thank you. I'm going to now stop presenting.
Thank you, Reddy, and thank you for a very comprehensive and well presented report. Very much appreciated. We'll now go on to the public speakers, please. District Councillor, no. So the first speaker is Councillor Phil Culpit, who is the chairman of Barrowby Parish Council. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The objections to this application made by Barrowby Parish Council have already been documented and I believe circulated amongst all members. I want to take this time to highlight just a couple of issues. The inspector at the examination of the local plan was quite explicit in his report when main modification 56 referred to the 3 parcels of land previously referred to, when he stated all parties shall work together to bring forward a comprehensive plan for the site. The master plan is to be agreed by the council following consultation with the local community. Detailed proposals will only be permitted by the council following consultation with the local community. Detailed proposals will only be permitted where these are in accordance with the agreed master plan. Barrowby Parish Council was assured in February 2020 that our participation in the development of a master plan would be accepted, appreciated and welcomed, but we've never been consulted nor invited to participate. The current master plan, we believe, has been cobbled together at the last minute in order to satisfy MM56 and this committee in time for today's meeting. But the consultation period is not due to be completed until July the 17th. Is this meaningful consultation or merely lip service if you're being asked to decide today? More importantly, is it in the spirit of the Localism Act of 2011, to which this authority is fully committed? There's been ample time for public consultation since November 2019, but none was attempted until 2 weeks before this meeting. We contend that this master plan fails to meet the demands of Para A of MM56, as there has been no consultation with the local community, and so S19-2140 cannot yet be considered. It's our contention that the master plan presented in the current consultation exercise is woefully inadequate, as it fails to show that there is a cohesive plan for all 3 sites. Surely a master plan has to show some detail of road layouts and housing types for the whole site, rather than show, quote, potential or possible alternatives. Without some commitment to detail and principles, the master plan is meaningless. S18-1044 is an exemplar of this process as endorsed by this committee. Secondly, the question of affordable housing. Barrowby Parish Council is not averse to building development.
30 seconds.
We support initiatives to provide starter homes for young families. We would welcome 30 to 35% affordable homes in any development. However, we do object to a development of 100% affordable homes, which identifies itself as lower-end market affordable homes, instead of affordable units being integrated with the wider development of mixed tenure. Barrowby Parish Council therefore urges SKDC to reject S19-2140 and seek a new planning application which complies with both the inspector's demands at the local planning examination and the spirit of the Localism Act of 2011. Please reject this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Phil. Next speaker is Nigel Jones, please.
Nigel, I've just unmuted your microphone for you. Can you confirm that you're able to speak and we can hear you?
Yes, hopefully you can hear me. I can certainly speak.
Wonderful, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm a resident of Barrowby and the chair of the Neighbourhood Plan Group, and I'm asking you to reject the Reserve Matters application before you today. We are not opposed to 49 houses on this site. We fully accept and appreciate that outline planning permission has been granted. But the changes the developer is now seeking are so significant that we believe a new planning application for the whole of this site, including the retail unit, is required. And we secondly, along with Mr. Coupit, believe that no details for this or the adjacent site should be agreed until the master plan, the agreed master plan, is in place as required both by your local plan and the planning inspector. If your local plan is simply disregarded at the first hurdle, to use a casual expression, it risks making a mockery of the planning system and the attempts we as the community are making to genuinely participate in the processes that affect our village and our lives. We believe that officials were wrong to allow a Reserve Matters application in the circumstances. We urge you to consider the evidence, reach your own view and insist on full process. The strength of feeling in the village about the changed nature of the development, the process being used, and the timing of this application against the master plan consultation is very strong. It's unprecedented in my experience. And as elected local representatives, we urge you to listen and require the changes we suggest. Specifically, we are disappointed with the housing units. We think they're of disappointing quality. They're out of keeping with the village. They are without adequate parking or other facilities. We are disappointed that the proposal takes no account of the planning inspector to consider the three sites as a whole, or even this site as a whole, because the new proposal assumes a retail unit that will be the subject of separate planning permission. We believe very strongly this site should be considered as one whole, not in parts, and only in the proper overall context of the master plan which is required. Your local plan was specifically revised to encompass the planning inspector's requirement, and Mr. Coupit gave the reference for the three developers for the site to develop, consult on and have agreed by all parties a master plan for all three sites, a meaningful master plan for all three sites, prior to details being agreed for any site, including this one. Considering this application under Reserve Matters today, with a consultation on what to us is a very disappointing first draft master plan, running until the 17th of July, risks making a mockery of both the local plan and the planning officer's time and recommendation, and raises concerns about due process. I therefore urge you to reject this Reserve Matters application and require a new planning application for the whole of the site once the site master plan is agreed and adopted as by the local plan and the planning officer's requirements. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nigel, and delighted that they resolved all the connectivity problems for you.
A good old-fashioned telephone works in the end, but thank you very much.
Okay. Patricia Scriven, have we been able to connect with Patricia?
We are hopeful. I'm just unmuting you now. Patricia, are you able to speak to us?
I'm trying to.
Oh, we can. That's wonderful.
Right. When does my time start?
We'll start the timer when you start speaking.
Okay. This application should be rejected because, firstly, there is no agreed master plan. Secondly, it's so different to the original that it needs to be revised and resubmitted. Thirdly, it is not a high quality design and lacks any character or sense of place. Firstly, slide 1, please. There is no agreed master plan. As on page 53 of your agenda, an agreed master plan for the entire site is required before details can be permitted. An inadequate master plan with a closing date of July the 17th has just been circulated. It lacks details such as 3D illustrations, vistas, minor road layout, and so needs considerable work before it can be agreed. So today, discussing this plan, there is no master plan in place. Slide 2 now, please. This application, sorry, can I interrupt here? I can't see any evidence of any slides.
Just to confirm for you, they've all been included in the copy of the script, and that's been sent to the committee members, so they should all have sight of them.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't see that then. So, yeah. So this application, if you could look at the second slide, this application is obviously different from the original. You can see the layout has been altered with more cul-de-sacs. The open spaces have been reduced and moved about. There are obviously smaller houses and smaller gardens. There are no garages and no safe inside storage for mobility scooters, for example, or bikes. However, there are lots of parking spaces, and that's equivalent to a substantial car park. And there's a large retail unit dominating a road junction. The site was granted permission for 49 houses. That's not in contention, occupying all of the site. But these houses now only occupy 90% of the site. Planning permission was not granted for a supermarket, which now occupies land that should have been in for the houses, gardens and open spaces. So the quality of the housing proposed has been reduced, and the whole site altered too much from the original. And I think it needs to be rejected, revised, and a new submission made. Thirdly, poor design quality. If you look at the layout, there are
30
no
seconds.
imaginatively grouped houses or pleasantly enclosed streets, merely semis spaced along a road ending in a cul-de-sac with lots of parking spaces. Slide 3. The houses have poor proportions with no local materials, character, no sense of place. The road junctions dominated by a supermarket, which is out of proportion. The houses are unremarkable, unattractive, and should be rejected. Therefore, because there's no agreed master plan, it's a poorer quality layout and completely different to the original. And thirdly, badly proportioned buildings. This should be rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. The final speaker is the applicant's agent, Robert Jays, please.
Yeah, hello, I'm here. Okay, I'll start. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Jays and I work for the Lindham Group, and I am the agent for this application submitted on behalf of Platform Housing. Platform Housing are one of the largest registered providers outside London who own and manage over 47,000 properties across the country. They have a long-standing working relationship with SKDC and have in the region of 149 homes in the district. I would also like to place on record my thanks to the planning officer on this scheme, both for his hard work during the planning application process and for his thorough presentation and report to this committee. We welcome his recommendation for approval. The planning officer has clearly identified the important issues with our planning application, and I don't intend to repeat what he has said. But for the benefit of the doubt, the application site already has an outline planning permission and is part of a wider high housing allocation. Therefore, the principle of residential development is accepted. The scheme proposed does not prejudice the wider delivery of the allocated site and conforms to the master plan that is currently being consulted on. It is important not to miss the most important item of this planning application, that being the delivery of a fully affordable housing scheme. The housing mix includes the 25 affordable rented units which have been proposed specifically to meet the affordable housing need for Barrowby, identified by the SKDC housing officer. These 25 dwellings will go to local people unable to afford housing in the area and help reduce the pressure on the council's housing stock in the area. The other 24 homes are shared ownership units, a tenure that allows people who can't afford full market value houses the opportunity to buy a share of a property. Typically, residents buy 35% of the property's value, with Platform, the applicants, owning the remainder. This allows people to get a foot on the property ladder at an affordable rate, and also allows local residents to increase their residents to increase their affordable ownership in the house, which can eventually include them fully owning that property. Such a product is an affordable form of home ownership and is ideal for young people, key workers so important in these troubling times, and families struggling to get on the housing market. The social benefits of delivering a fully affordable housing scheme at this time should not be underestimated, with the need for affordable housing already extremely high and only likely to increase as a result of the likely recession brought on by COVID-19. Platform Housing have funding in place to support the delivery of the scheme, and the start on site can be achieved quickly should the applications be supported today. In reflecting affordable housing demand in Barrowby, the proposals include mostly smaller 1, 2 and 3 bed houses without garages. Therefore, the land uptake is considerably less than the outline proposals, which included for much larger units.
30 seconds.
To make efficient use of land, a section at the front of the site has been removed from the proposals and is subject to a separate planning application for a convenience store submitted by the Lincolnshire Co-op. The design of both schemes has been formulated with both proposals in mind and will make a valuable contribution to the village. As already mentioned by the planning officer, the scheme has gone through a rigorous design process with active involvement from the council's planning team and the design officer. We feel strongly that the application proposals are of a high quality and sustainable design and would be an excellent addition to the settlement. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Jays. We now move on to questions. First of all, to the applicant's agent. Are there any questions for the applicant agent, please?
No one's indicated specifically about asking a question of the applicant's agent, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it looks like you've got let off lightly, Mr. Jays. Can we move on then to questions to the case officer?
First member was Councillor Dilks that asked.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of questions to the case officer. First of all, you said that you didn't like the drawings that have come in for the supermarket or mini market, whatever it is, and that's going to be the subject of a separate application. What happens to that piece of land if the application for the store is refused? That's the first question. Secondly, and I'll just keep going, without that store, would it have been possible to have, if we only had the houses in these reserve matters, as we have in the outline planning permission, would it have been possible to retain the established hedge along the frontage of Low Road? And thirdly, what does the master plan or the Highways Authority say about possible improvements to the junction on Low Road where it goes into the, if I might say, the country road? Several people, when we were on the site visit, sort of asked us about that. And my final one would be, given that this site is now all affordable, what impact will that have, or could that have, on the affordable requirements on phase 2 and 3 of this of the wider site? Thank you.
Thank you,
Phil. Ready?
Thank you, Chairman. The first question relates to what would happen if the store was or wasn't able to be provided on that particular site. The actual general planning for the area accepts that there's a need for some kind of retail facility, within the principle of the wider development. So it would really be up to the developers to put the same effort in like the Linden Group did in terms of demonstrating to your committee that they could build something that would be attractive and in keeping with the area. So it's the design issues, and we can always as your planning officers liaise with them to improve the design, improve the layout, improve the landscaping. These are the kind of key principles that are missing in what they've submitted at the moment, is what I'm saying. I don't think I have a principal objection to a food store going there, but they haven't put enough effort into it, is what I'm saying. It could be anywhere, that particular store. It's not particularly attractive in its setting, in its general appearance. Now, if the store wasn't going to be provided on that site, I guess the site may have potential for residential development, but that's very, very speculative. All I know at the moment is that there's a great deal of negotiations taking place between the developers, the food store operator, to provide and submit a planning application for consideration for a food store on that site. So that's the sort of current situation at the moment. But yes, the fallback position is that would I as a planner say, look, if somebody came up to me and said, I can't provide that food store anymore, what's the potential, a couple more houses or 3 more houses being put there, then I wouldn't have an objection in principle, provided they were of a high quality, they could fit into the streetscape. Again, the issue about the hedge is a very difficult one. There's nothing to stop the hedge being removed as it stands at the moment. It's not protected in any way whatsoever. But part of the negotiation with the developers is to try and improve boundary treatment as much as possible with hedging across the whole of the site, and also taking into account as much as possible we can retain at the frontage. And there is a landscape strategy condition being attached, and that's part of the negotiations we'll have with platform housing and the Linden Group to talk things through there. It's something that is on the back of my mind about the hedging. We haven't resolved it at this stage yet, but there are conditions to control about the landscaping and the boundary treatment, and I'll have that discussion with them. You also talked about highways as well. Lots of the members, lots of the local community were unhappy with what the highway comments made on the original application. They asked me particularly to go back and could I get the Highway Authority to review those particular measures. Look, are you sure it's safe? There's issues about if there's a food store at the front, for example, people parking down, not parking the designated parking area, but parking at the front and blocking vehicles. So I had the highway engineers look at it 2 or 3 times, and they've come back to me to say that they still will not raise any objections on highway safety matters, site visibility matters, and the number of parking spaces. They've fully endorsed the scheme from their professional, as part of their professional judgment. So on that particular issue, Councillor Dilts, there's not a lot I can do about that if they feel very strongly about it. With the affordable housing issue, you're quite right. We're going to have a scheme here which is going to be entirely a mixed tenure but affordable units. We would expect Persimmon Homes and Larkfleet. We have been in discussions to make it clear to them that just because Platform have managed to acquire this site, have an interest in it and develop the scheme before you, it doesn't mean that we won't be asking for affordable housing on the other 2 sites. They'll need to comply with the policy requirements, which I believe is about 30% at the moment. So there's no way that we let the other developers at all get out of not providing affordable housing as part of this development. I think I've
ready. You've covered it, Reddy, and can I say thank you?
Thank you. Thank you.
I think the next person,
Councillor Reid next.
Yeah. Councillor Reid, Robert.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is to the tiny clarity, but I also think perhaps other members might need clarity of what they've listened to. Why is the timing of this application now and before the master plan consultation ends on July the 17th? I've listened to reasoning, but I just feel it's worth asking the question again to be absolutely correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert.
You're quite correct, Councillor Reid. It's a very important question, and it's something I thought about as well. The current application before you came in last year, and the only reason it's before your committee at the moment is that a lot of work had to go into it to bring it up to sort of the standards that your committee are looking for. It's just timed the way it is that both Larkfleet and Persimmon Homes, that was for them to try and get a master plan going. It was in there to court in terms of timescales. It's just the timing has been what it is. We have no, as planning officers, and also the Linden Group have no control what the other 2 house builders do and how they carry out their consultation exercises. What I'd like to do is reassure your committee members that listening to the other, the Neighbourhood Forum, the Parish Council and Dr. Scriven, is just to sort of say that there's no emphasis that we're going to adopt a master plan just because the developers think that that's an acceptable scheme. It's going to involve a lot of hard work. It's going to involve a lot of discussion, and it's going to have to involve the local community, and it's going to have to involve some kind of workshops, where we're going to have to, literally put pen to paper and colouring exercises to get the things right. But that shouldn't stop you supporting this scheme, because all the things that we're looking at, we can tie in with the other two sites. So it shouldn't prejudice any development if you were to make a positive decision in terms of the recommendation of this application. It's just unfortunate that it's very difficult to coordinate 3 separate developers and try and get them all working together. There's lots of commercial sort of confidentiality about things. So it just so happened that by the time that we got this application together, we were satisfied with it. We have the new committee format. Schemes are allocated in advance to get onto that committee agenda so we can manage the whole process properly. And I didn't try and deliberately sort of cause any hardship for anybody involved, especially not for local residents, because I having to go through a master planning exercise consulting with the various developers. And this separate scheme, I can only say to you this scheme is being treated independently, but with a wider context and a wider understanding between ourselves as planning officers and as planning councillors, that we'd work with everybody to try and do things, and we wouldn't do anything to sort of cause any unprofessional activities to take place.
Thank you, Reddy. Thank you for that comprehensive answer. Move on to Councillor Bellamy, please. David, can we make the questions brief, please, and perhaps the responses brief as well? We are over the time we should allocate ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, Reddy.
Thank you.
First question, I've just got 2 questions. First question. On page 122 of the local plan regarding this particular site, point D, it says the phasing of the development shall occur in accordance with the infrastructure delivery plan with particular relevance to education and capacity at Barrowby Primary School. I'm not sure what the infrastructure delivery plan is or who's involved in it or how it's pulled together, but I noticed the first 106 money is allocated for a school in Grantham Town itself. So how can we make sure that this comes to fruition?
Okay. My starting point is to remind members that an outline plan permission was granted for this site that you've been asked to consider. And that 106 required education contributions. The report points out that that element was advised through by the Education Authority of the County Council. The only money that they've asked for was a contribution to the secondary school. They didn't ask for any contributions to the primary school at the time. Now, with the development of the next 2 sites, they will be subject to separate 106 agreements, and it's really for the Education Authority, when they're consulted by us as a planning authority, to raise this with us and say, look, there's a demand for this. There's also sustainability issues about where the children, how far they need to travel to get to school. They need to think about the primary schools that the kids go to at the moment, whether there's room for expansion on those sites. Do they need to build a new school? Do they need to, and how much the funding is going to be? And that's the approach that we would take. This master planning process that we're discussing at the moment is something that would have to involve the Education Authority right from the very beginning as well. So we're upfront about what we're looking for. Otherwise, we'll be in a very poor position in advising both Persimmon Homes and Larkfleet when they come up with their sort of proposals of what the council's expectations are. So we would certainly be asking, in my view, I would be very surprised if the Education Authority didn't review the second lot of planning applications, and then new Section 106 obligations were requested by them in line with current policy outlined in the local plan.
Thank you, Reddy. Okay with that, David?
Yeah,
I've answered both your questions.
Just one more question.
Well, hang on. I'm trying to get as many people in, and we're running out of time. Has he answered the 2 questions you asked, David?
No, carry on, Bob. I'll forget about the second.
No, put yourself back in the speak, and then if we've got time, we will. Penny Milnes.
Yes, thank you, Reddy, for a comprehensive presentation. But my question to you is a basic one. Can this application really be considered as reserved matters if it's not in accord with the outline permission? In other words, the site is reduced, we've had a chunk taken out and a shop introduced, and the details, for example, the mix of ratio of affordable housing to market housing has been completely changed from 35/65 to 100%. and the shop land, which is being now removed from this outline permission, but we're being asked to, accept that. If this needs, the need for it needs justifying and consulting on, and I would have thought that that should be in the master plan, the need, the siting.
Penny, can you do the question, Penny? Because
I'm asking this. And the master plan, in relation to the master plan, the local plan does say that it should be by all parties. And therefore, this shop, the whole site, is premature in advance of it. And that is A. Thank you. Can you answer me those questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Taking your point about the changes from the outline to the reserved matters application, I've gone through it in my own mind and rehearsed it in terms of how I've approached the issue, and this is what I've looked as the key issue really in terms of its legality. The outline planning permission that was applied for only applied in terms of details relating to access. All the other issues about layout, appearance, design were all, as you know, put as reserved matters. The access and the site itself hasn't changed that much. There's nothing legally that there's nothing illegal that the developers have done with this site. All that's happened is that you have a previous landowner at an outline stage who is not a developer, who sold it on to somebody else who is a developer, and they've assessed it differently from meeting their needs. The principle are, it's got access approved and it's got permission for principle of 49 dwelling units. The applicants have demonstrated on their plans that they can accommodate 49 units satisfactorily. There's no commitment on the outline stage that they all had to be private houses in any case. There always, as you know, there are always going to be some affordable housing units being provided there. In this particular case, as the Lind Group pointed out, they've got a specialist client who provides this kind of accommodation in homes, and this is the option that they've gone for. There's nothing legally that that the planning officers can query or at all, because there's nothing in any 106. There's no stipulations or any debate that took place. There's nothing to stop a developer putting in a scheme on another completely different site for 100 houses.
Okay, Reddy, don't want to cut you short, but I think we've got the answer on that. Penny, was there another one very quickly?
Yes, just coming back on that. How can it be reserved matters when the site outline is different to the outline approval?
Okay, I think we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that when we come to debate, Penny, please, because I'm conscious of time, I'm afraid. Harris, you indicated you wish to speak or ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Reddy. Two very quick questions. My question is with regard to the master plan. There's quite a number of things been put in on page 52. That is the reason. Why is the reason for it being rushed at the moment? Is there any other reason for it to be rushed to put this particular plan through? Is it like government agencies being involved with this, or any grant availability to the builder? That has to go through now. And secondly, I said with regard to affordable home ownership, shared ownership scheme, can anybody under the right to buy, can they buy the building outright instead of going the two scheme outline?
Thank you, Harris. Reddy, very quickly, please.
It's a very specialist house builder in terms of investment. As the Lind Group pointed out, they manage and control over 47,000 properties across the country. They've been very successful in securing Homes England grant money, which, for example, during the last financial year, 2019 to 2020, they were allocated up to about £30 million to help them put their proposals in. But this scheme itself is basically, what is being put forward for you is a mixed scheme of a mixed tenure, some for rent and some for affordable housing. As I said, as part of my original presentation, there may well be a situation where once they've done up a shared ownership, they might have rights to buy the entire property, but that is like a private transaction. I don't think it's a situation, as far as I'm aware, that somebody can go in and just buy a property outright. That's not the model that's adopted in this particular proposal.
Sorry, Reddy, did you answer the first part? I didn't quite catch it if you did, regarding government funding.
Yeah. Like most of these kind of house developers provide this type of accommodation, I understand in this particular scheme there is government funding, and it's critical for them to get consent within a particular sort of time period. But there's nothing suspicious that members should be sort of concerned about of the timing of the master plan and the timing of this planning committee. It's just gone in normal, natural order of things to actually sort of put it before your committee. There was just no point of putting a report other than that.
Am I right in thinking, Reddy, that time has been extended by government to 2023?
I haven't had the full details, Chairman, to look on my sort of professional sort of planning website, but I understand there are ideas being mooted, but I have not had a chance to speak to the Linden Group for their view on things at all.
Okay, thank you. David, Councillor Bellamy, you wanted to come back with another question. David?
No, I think it's already been covered, Bob. Thank you.
Harris, I saw your hand waving about. I presume that means you'd like to ask a further question. Please be very quick, or I'll cut you off.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, with regards to the rise in the traffic, are there any plan to modify the road system that has been raised earlier?
Okay.
I think Harris answered that before by saying the County Council highways had got no problems with anything to do with highways and traffic. Ready? No?
That's correct, Chairman. I did go back because members asked me to raise it from the site visits, and I raised it with the County Council Highway Authority, and they've again repeated it that they do not see a need for any highway works or any alterations other than what's been proposed in the plans.
But eventually,
Harris, we finished with questions. Now we'll go on to the debate. If you wish to start the debate, Harris, please do so. But there are no other members. Oh, Councillor Dilks. So Harris, very quickly on debating now, and then Phil Dilks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm very concerned about it with regard to why are we rushing the thing, as was raised by Councillor Robert Reid, with the master plan with only until the 17th of July when that will be completed. I would have liked to say, because we are talking about over probably 2,000 houses in the whole site, including the Linden, the Persimmon and the Lark Fleet. So it will provide a very big infrastructure change to it, especially the road systems to be considered. When you're talking number of pedestrians that will be using it, we have to make for them.
Sorry, Harris, it wasn't 2,000, it's 270.
270, but that also will increase the number of traffics on the road, cyclists and pedestrian. So I would like to probably have this. I would in fact propose that this application be deferred until after the master plan, to take into account the master plan.
Thank you, Harris. I'll keep that proposition in front of me. People are indicating they wish to speak in the debate. Councillor Dilks, Phil.
Thanks very much in the debate I'm in now. I'd first of all like to reiterate the comments that you made, Chairman, at the start of the application to Reddy, and say thank you to him and to the developers for listening and improving the original application. That of course led, and when I first started looking at this one, I wasn't really convinced by the early objections. One of which I read, I had sympathy because the objections seemed to be, oh, things have changed, so we can't, so this shouldn't be approved. They've been changed largely, I can see, because we've asked them to be changed. So, I'm grateful for that. But one of the objections that I saw that I did find amusing was that it was pointed out, because it's now order affordable, the application site, that these people won't have cars or might not have cars, so they'd have to use public transport. And then further down in the same objection, there was an objection to too many cars in Barrowby. But having said that, when I started looking at the objections, and I congratulate the campaign in Barrowby, for frankly bombarding us with the objections. There are some very valid points that the objectors make. It is a very, as Penny, Councillor Milner said, it's a very different application to 49 houses on this site that we saw at Outline. And I might say it's one of the problems that we have, don't we, as a planning committee in outline planning permission applications in their own right. It would be much easier for us if we had if they all came in once and we could give a principle of building on a site and then get the rather than have an outline permission or application, we get the full thing in one go. I am really worried though about this, frankly, ending up in a cul-de-sac if we approve this today, because as Reddy said, if the application now for a mini market or the shop is not approved, and that's not beyond the realms of possibility, we will then end up with a vacant site while it's decided what to do with it. And the suggestion is, oh well, we might just put a few more houses on there. Well, then we'd end up with something very different to what was originally that they've got outline permission for. I'm very uncomfortable with this one, I have to say, and I think the changes, particularly the removing a piece of the application site for a possible site for a supermarket, small supermarket, constitutes a new application, and I feel that we should be refusing this and starting again. I'm not proposing that at this stage, but I would be happy to later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Could I remind members that in the debate they have the 3 minutes to speak, please? So please be as concise as you possibly can. Councillor Bellamy, David. No, it's all right, Phil.
Yeah, just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few points. The first one's about the consultation as required in our own local plan, specifically for this site on the master plan and what have you. The document that's been sent out as a master plan for consultation, I'll just read it for you quickly. The master plan for the site development, through a number of meetings with the planning officers at South Kesteven and a meeting with the representatives from Barrowby Town Council, which should be Parish Council, by the way. The key things that came out of these meetings, and there's a list of things that came out of the meeting, but in the letter that was sent to us by the Barrowby Parish Council on the 3rd of June, it denies that any such meeting took place. Barrowby Parish Council has not been part of all parties' consultation and has not agreed to any master plan in the formal meeting called at short notice by Linden Homes in November 2019. It was explained that owing to the time constraints, it had not been and was still not able to enter into public consultation. Another point of the master plan that's been sent out for consultation on page 16 of the master plan, it mentions affordable housing, but no mention of the 100% from the platform housing, and just quotes the local plan of the 30% allocation. So in the master plan that's been sent out for consultation, there's no mention of the 100% allocation. The other thing that I'm pretty sure by looking, I've only quickly looked through it, on the document, the master plan that's out for consultation, there's no mention of the shop or the store. So I'm not sure that this consultation is meaningful.
Thank you, David. Points well met, and I think those points have been made quite a number of times by the residents and members as well. Thank you. Councillor Reid. Robert, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's mentioned that should this application be approved, it will then be go to design pad. In the wider context, the connectivity of footpaths and cycleways with the other two developments, where common sense is concerned, does really concerns me. I have obviously refer everybody to Elsie Park, where connectivity has been very difficult by separate zones, by separate developers. I've got a degree of common sense here. I understand that we might not accept master plan even when it's actually fully consulted on, but the whole, a lot of this just doesn't add up where common sense is concerned, and so therefore perhaps I'm looking for a lawful way of deferring it, because the outline differs from the original consent at this point. I look forward to further debate and listen to it, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Milnes, Penny.
Yes, thank you. Well, again, using common sense, I don't see how we can consider this application as reserved matters when the outline site differs from this site, its red line, if you like, when a chunk has been taken out, a shop introduced, none of which has been consulted on. The area has been reduced for 49 houses, so they're crammed on more than they would have been on the full site. The ratio of housing, the 100%, really is way beyond the 30% that we look for. And is that to be repeated across the whole phasings? Who knows? So I think it does go back to this master plan, and it goes back to the local plan. And on page 122 LVH3, referring to this low road site, a master plan is required for the entire site, and all parties will work together. Detailed proposals will only be permitted where these are in accordance with the master plan. Well, we're nowhere near that, are we? I don't think. And I just think, you know, it needs coordination to avoid the problems Robert alluded to in Bourne or anywhere else. We need to look at this shop issue in terms of need and where it should be sited. And I think this application just doesn't fit the bill at all. It's premature, contrary to the local plan, contrary to the outline decision and the site area. So I just don't think we should agree to this at all. And I think there are some good reasons to refuse it. We should look into those, and I would be tempted to propose that we do refuse it on those grounds.
Thank you, Penny. That proposal has already been made by Councillor Dilks. And I think Councillor Selby, Ian, you've said you'll second a proposal. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Selby?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will actually, I wasn't going to speak, but I will do. Yes, I've seconded the proposal for deferment. I think that's a good starting point that Harris has put forward. I do think Councillor Dilks has hit the nail on the head with regarding the shop supermarket. Well, if that doesn't come to fruition, or I mean, what then happens with regarding the plans that's been submitted? And we don't know at this stage. So, I mean, a lot of good points have really been raised. Penny's just raised some really good points as well, which I totally agree with. The speakers that spoke against the application made some very valid points as well. Also, I'd just like to say thank you very much indeed to all the people that have sent the emails. Obviously, that many emails haven't had the opportunity to even send an acknowledgement. So, thank you very much for those. Nice to see that the local residents, so they know how to campaign, Mr. Chairman. We're getting used to knowing how to campaign here in Grantham, so nice to see that, I have to say. But yeah, Councillor Dilks for me has hit the nail on the head, and I think this is it's putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? And not knowing what the rest of the master plan is going to look like. But I've seconded it. But if somebody wants to propose that we reject this application, I'm happy to support that, and I would have a preference for that probably. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, it has been proposed and it has been seconded for refusal. Can I say from a personal point of view, I have looked at this very closely and very concisely, and I share the concerns that have been expressed with regard to non-conformity to our local plan, and that to me is the crux to me on this. There's no point in having a local plan. There's no point in an inspector actually giving us a very clear directive as to what we should be doing here, and then for us to ignore it. I will say, in Reddy's defence, he came to this application later on in its life, and again I'll reiterate my thanks to him for the work that he's put in. And if the committee are minded to refuse it, that does not reflect in any way on the work ethic and quality of the work that Reddy has done. I think I am aware of the issues that Councillor Reid referred to in Bourne, in the Elsie Park, in connectivity, etc. And I think we do really need to take this back for the whole site, for the three developers to come together to formulate a proper master plan. I'll say with the greatest of respect to those that put the master plan forward, it really is not adequate and it's not fit for purpose, and probably would have been better if they hadn't done it in the first place, but that is purely a personal opinion. So there are no other speakers indicating that they wish to contribute to the debate. I will remind members that under the COVID lockdown emergency regulations, we can't refuse it outright at this point in time. We've got to be minded to refuse and then come back at a later meeting with the reasons, etc. And I'm hoping that within that time, hopefully Reddy and possibly Robert and myself might make the opportunity to meet with the developers for a roundtable discussion to take this forward. I've sprung that on Robert. I haven't mentioned that to him before, but I will. He said it's not the first time you sprung things on me, Adams, and he's right about that as well. So I'm content to take a proposal from members to be minded to refuse it, and I think the points that Penny made are the crux ones. Is premature, contrary to local plan, and there is not an adequate or proper master plan as we've been directed to do by the planning inspector and is in our local plan. So Penny, if you want to, or if somebody would like to articulate that for a proposal and seconder.
Okay, well, I think we could say we would be minded to refuse this application, subject to honing our reasons, as it is contrary to the local plan, LVH3A. It is not in accordance with the outline decision in terms of site and
well, I think in fairness, Penny,
those are the main two, and it's premature in advance of a major master plan.
Yeah, I think they're the ones. Yeah, I think they're the three. Yes, Robert. Sorry. Yeah, Robert.
Bob, thank you. I am concerned that as a committee, we actually legally put our refusal reasons in with the consent of our legal officer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I've taken advice on this before from Shaheen on this, sort of talking about all the possibilities. As we stand at the moment with the emergency regulations, Robert, as I understand it, we can only be minded to refuse and bring it back to a further committee with the reasons for refusal. But I think it's right that we sort of give a broad brush picture for clarity and transparency.
I want a challenge, an appeal challenge being weighed against this particular application when there's so many facets to it, and that's why in the refusal I'm minded to ask that the outline differs from the original consent, and if that stacks up legally, concisely,
Yep.
I think we should give that.
Okay, well, we've got under the current we've got 5 days in which to do that, Robert, and
Yeah.
we can get together and put the precise reasons for doing so.
Only trying to be careful
Sorry.
for all of us.
Hang on, Joe's trying to get my attention. Sorry, Robert.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may come in,
Please.
just to confirm that during that 5-day period, those members who vote against or vote that they are minded to refuse the application will need to submit their reasons to Will. Will, as Head of Development Management, will then review those reasons and their robustness on planning grounds, so that next time the application comes before the committee, you'll have all the suggested reasons, the analysis of their defensibility should the application be appealed, and then you can make that decision at that time without being fettered by any vote you cast today to determine that application as you see fit then.
Just to clarify the point that Robert made on a possible appeal, Joe, presumably that they can't put an appeal in until we've actually determined it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So are we all ready to take a vote on this particular one? So we're minded to refuse. We've got Phil. You were the original one to say minded to refuse. Are you happy with the situation we're in? We're at now. Sorry.
Yes, I'm very happy. Thank you for others' contributions. I think we're at the same place,
I think
and I think that's the right outcome. Thank you.
Okay, so the
Mr. Chairman.
Robert, Harris, we're moving on to the vote. You're doing it again, Harris. We're moving on to the vote.
Well, I was going to suggest, Mr. Chair, I remove my proposal.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Right, Joe, do you want to just go through the form of words that we need at the moment?
Right, at the moment, we've had a proposal that the application is refused. Under the COVID-19 procedure that we've adopted, the committee cannot make this decision outright because it's contrary to the recommendation of officers. Therefore, the vote that you are about to take is that you are minded to refuse the application. So a vote for is that you are in favour of being minded to refuse the application. I just want to remind members that this will be recorded in the minutes as a recorded vote, so your name will show and how you voted.
Thank you, Joe. Are you ready to move to a vote, members?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So can I ask Anita to go through the roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Bellamy.
4.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
4.
Councillor Clack.
Abstain.
Councillor Cottier.
Abstain.
Councillor Dilks.
4.
Councillor Exton.
Abstain.
Councillor Cabery-Brown.
4.
Councillor Milnes.
4.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Selby.
4.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
I think
4.
Jackie.
Councillor Judy Smith.
4.
Councillor Bob Adams.
4.
Okay. That's 1, 2, 10 for and 3 abstaining, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Anita. Jackie, could you turn your microphone off, please?
It is, oh, sorry.
Bless you, Jackie. Thank you very much.
Bob, I am leaving now.
Yes, Jackie, thank you very much for being here and for your contributions. Very much
Okay.
appreciated.
Thank you.
We will have a short break. We have no more public speakers as far as I'm aware, are we? Oh, we have. Oh, so we might take the next item on the agenda where there's a public speaker. Is the public speaker Dr. Merrill?
We have Dr. Merrill. We also have, just bear with me while I Helen Raymond, who's the applicant's agent for the application.
Okay, it might be fair then to deal with that first before we go on to the one where there are no public speakers. Would that be okay? We're not breaking any rules or regulations doing that. Okay, so we'll have a few minutes break and then reassemble. Thank you. Good afternoon all. We're getting ready to start again. So we'll have to do a roll call. And after the roll call, I'd appreciate somebody moving that we continue to deal with all the applications as we have gone over our 3 hours. And just to remind you all, if you're all here, we're going to do item 4D first to enable the applicant's agent to leave and move on. And I am looking for Mr. Merrill. Yeah.
I'm happy to read it. It's entirely up to you. Okay.
Do we need to make sure we're all back, Chairman?
Well, yes, we do. I was just waiting for Anita to start the roll call. Oh, she's back. Okay.
Back, yes.
Thank you, Anita.
It's fine. Right. Councillor Bob Adams.
Here, present.
Councillor Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Bishnau Singh.
Present.
Councillor Clack.
Present.
Councillor Clothier.
Present.
Councillor Dilks.
Present, Sir Major.
Councillor Exton.
Present.
I stood up and saluted then, Phil.
Councillor Cabry Brown.
Yes, present.
Councillor Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present, Mum.
Councillor Selby.
Sounds like Christmas present.
Councillor Jackie Smith I've recorded as having left earlier. Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
Yes, all present apart from Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Anita. Could I have a proposal that we continue to determine the last two applications as we've gone over our 3 hours?
Yes,
Councillor
Mr.
Dilks
Chairman.
has indicated.
I beg your pardon? Sorry, Joe.
Councillor Dilks has indicated in the chat function.
Okay, could I have somebody second that?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Mike.
Thank you. Do we need to do a formal vote, Joe? I hope you're going to say no.
I was going to say, if anyone objects, please shout now.
Any objections? I'll take that as read then. Thank you very much. So we'll go on to item 4D. Chris Brown, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Planning Committee. Please just bear with me while I load up the presentation. I'd be grateful if you could let me know, please, Chairman, when you can see the slides in front of you.
Will do.
Can do.
Got them, thank you.
I haven't yet, Chris. I have now, Chris. Thank you.
I've seen it, yeah. Well done.
Thank you. Okay. The application is for the demolition of a single-storey utility room to the rear and erection of a new extension and three-bay garage. The application is a resubmission of a previous time-lapsed application, reference S16/2277. The key issues are considered to be the impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, neighbouring residential amenity, and highway issues. This is a high-level aerial view of the site that shows the site located to the southwest of Stamford, with the site located on Tinwell Road Lane, which is set back from Tinwell Road. A sort of further zoomed in low-level aerial view of the site shows the site located on Tinwell Road Lane, with Tinwell Road to the south of the site and Exeter Gardens to the north of the site. All three of these roads are characterised by large detached dwellings. The site location plan now in front of you shows the red line outline of the application site, with this plan also showing the block plan proposal. Moving on to the photos, this is the entrance into the site from Tinwell Road Lane that was subject to the site visit last week. This is now moving through the site, looking at the rear fence boundary to the site. Please note that this photo was taken in winter with the trees not in leaf, with the site visit last week undertaken when the trees were in leaf. This photo shows the existing single-storey extension forming a utility room on the existing house, which is to be demolished. And this photo shows the existing previously converted annex on the site. The proposed extension will link across from the dwelling to the annex. This photo shows the view from the neighbour at number 42 Baxter Gardens. This is over the back of the site. And again from number 40 next door to number 42 over the back of the site, showing the existing trees to this rear boundary. Shows to be built between the existing dwelling and the existing annex building near the rear of the site. The existing floor plans, they show the utility room at the back of the house, which is demolished, and the annex is shown separately there in the floor plan. The floor plan of the annex isn't proposed to change at all as part of the proposal. And then proposed floor plans, you can see the existing utility to be demolished as outlined in red, with then the extension, living room and carport at ground floor and a gym at first floor level. These are the proposed floor plans for the previously approved application in 2016. If I flick back between them, you'll see they're identical to each other. So 2019 application and 2016 application. They're the existing elevations of the dwelling now in front of you. And now the proposed elevations for the extension at 1.5 stories in height. And again, flicking back between them, they're exactly the same as the 2016 proposal that was previously approved. For the evaluation of the application, the proposal is as per a previous permission in December 2016. This was not commenced and then expired in December 2019, hence the resubmission now in front of you. Objections to the proposal are focused on a potential change of use of the proposed extension. The application is proposed as a householder extension, with plans submitted showing a kitchen, living room, boot room, carport and gym only. No commercial or other use is proposed, and any change of use will require separate planning permission in the future. The application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I'll hand back to you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. We have 2 speakers down, but Dr. Merrill will not be attending, but Joe Toomey will read his submission out. So we have Helen Raymond. Helen, apologies for keeping you here so long, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Mr. Chairman, it'll be me first, Mr. Chairman, as the public speaker. I promise I'm talking over my microphone.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
It'll be the public speaker first, so it'll be Dr. Merrill's statement first.
Sorry, I'm being corrected again quite rightly. Joe is going to read Dr. Merrill's submission, and then Helen, sorry to keep you again a bit longer. We have to do things in the correct order by Joe's command.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have asked that this statement be read out on my behalf at the virtual meeting on the 8th July concerning the proposed further extension on the site of an asbestosis contaminated area with no mains drainage. The committee are well aware of my views, so I am submitting the views of 2 residents from Tinwell Road who have stated the case in a more articulate manner than I am able to do. There are local concerns that Greytrex House and its various annexes are now in multiple occupation by several Plymouth Brethren families. At times there are 6 or more cars parked on the driveway. If planning permission is granted, these proposed extensions, which include a large gym, possible meeting room, would or could become a community complex not only for those living at Greytrex House, but for other brethren residing in Stamford. The development of a possible community centre will inevitably increase the traffic using Tinwell Road, which is an unadopted single-track unmetalled track with limited services. Resident 2. Thank you for your note regarding the planning application for Greytrex House. I was under the mistaken impression that the S162277 application had been turned down. We live at Tinwell Road and have noted with interest the various applications made over the years. I attended a planning meeting in Stamford Town Hall in, I think, 2001 and walked up and down the lane with the inspector. The outcome was that only 1 dwelling would be permitted. The initial proposal was for 8 houses, which was whittled down to 4, then 2, then 1. The main reason was for increased traffic on the lane and the problems of access at both ends. Further applications in 2004 and 2006 were for developments of self-contained annexes, effectively not one dwelling. The planning process was not robust. So it appears that the application will be approved again in spite of the objections to the continued overdevelopment of the property, the detrimental impact on the neighbours, and an increase in the use of traffic on Tinwell Road Lane. I note that there is no change of use to multiple dwelling nor use as a meeting place or community complex. Yet in part of the documentation there is a line to allow for disabled access. For community purposes, I would suggest that the gym is designed for use as a religious meeting place. The lane is not suitable for significant increase in traffic, and there have been gatherings in the complex when parking has been in the lane. Yes, we can all have parties and meetings, but the lane cannot cope. The complex is not, I believe, on mains drainage. There is a septic tank at the eastern edge which has a tall vent pipe added recently, but at times it still smells. Will it cope for a community complex? As an aside, when the original application was made in 2002 for the single dwelling, there was some surprise at the height of the building as it looked directly onto the grounds of 78 Tinwell Road. At around that time, the owner, who was in poor health and may have been in a nursing home by then, perhaps it was unfortunate that her solicitor did not react. There is a concluding paragraph as well, Mr. Chairman, but the time is up.
Thank you, Joe, but all members have received a copy of that email, I do know. Okay, can we move on to Helen at long last? Again, my apologies for you having been kept waiting, Helen, but again, the floor is yours.
No problem. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, yes, I can.
Yeah, okay. So as mentioned, is a reapplication which is exactly the same as the previous approval. It's a 3-bay garage with utility room replacement and enlarged kitchen. A lot of the objections which have been made are about the use of the dwelling. My clients are a family. They have 3 cars. They are merely looking for an increased kitchen and utility with a 3-bay garage so that they can park their cars and their daughter's car, who, as you noticed in the photos, is a learner driver. I think some of the objections that have been raised relate to the previous owner of the property, applications that they made, and I think the bed and breakfast, it was being used as a bed and breakfast by the previous owner for some time and didn't have approval for that. The owner has moved on and is still advertising the property, even though she doesn't live there. So that's being looked into at the moment. My clients do not use the property as a bed and breakfast. It is purely a dwelling. And again, it's just a reapplication of a previously approved scheme, which lapsed literally the day we reapplied. I think that's all I can say.
Thank you, Helen. Are there any questions from members to the applicant's agent, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might ask just Phil. You did say that the current application is no different to the previous one. I just wondered if you reiterate that, and that the height, the ridge height, is similar or not higher than it was before. Could you just clarify that? Thank you.
Yes, it is exactly the same. The mention about using the what's proposed as the gym as a meeting room, on the plans you can see there's a dashed line showing the 2-metre headroom, and that room is actually only 2 metres wide. It's quite long, obviously, but that's the nature of the 3-bay garage. But the total height, I think is 7 metres. But yes, exactly as the previous application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Any more questions, please, for the applicant's agent?
If I may, Bob.
Yes, Robert.
Good afternoon, Helen. Could you advise us when the change of ownership actually took place, please? Or about?
I don't know the exact date, but I've been working on this project for 5 years. So prior to that, I think my clients had lived there for a year.
1 year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Any further questions to
Yes,
Helen?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Harish.
Hello, Helen.
Hello.
I would like to ask one question. You said that the meeting will be used, the gym part of it will be used for a meeting room. You know.
No. Sorry, it was one of the objections noted that and the previous statement noted that they thought the gym would be used as a meeting room. I think people have got the application wrong in that they think that it's going to be used as a church as my clients are Plymouth Brethren, and a lot of the objections related to the use of the property as a church. It is not being used as a church. It is purely a domestic householder application for a garage with a room above. It was noted as a gym, but I think my clients have now decided to use it just as a hobby room. It's only 2 meters wide with 2 meter headroom. It's just a useful use of the roof space. Sorry to interrupt.
Will there be an increase in the traffic actually coming to the using that lane?
No, not at all. It's one family who live there. It's just to garage their cars.
Okay, Harish, thank you. Any other questions to the applicant, please? Can I take the silence as a no? Any questions to the case officer? Chris, please. No questions, Chris. Well done. Do we wish to a debate, or can we move straight to a vote, please?
I'd just like to debate.
Chairman, I would like to ask a question to the case officer, please.
Well, we'd moved on, Harish. Just be a little bit sharper, please. Carry on.
Been very quick, Mr. Chairman, to move the debate. Just a quick question. I just would like to ask one question to the case officer. On page 92.52.1, Lincolnshire Highways said, do not wish to restrict the grant of permissions. What was a comment that elicited that, so I don't want to restrict? Why is that?
Sorry, Harish, from my knowledge of highways, that is exactly the words that they would use on the response. Does not wish to restrict the grant of permission. That is a stock response that they will get if they've got no objections.
What does it mean, Mr. Chairman?
It means that they have got no objections to the application and don't wish to.
Thank you.
Sorry, restrict the application going forward. Thank you, Harish. Any other questions to the case officer, please? Robert, you wanted to start the debate, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The purpose of me asking the question of when change of ownership was really to try and evaluate the accusations about the use for brethren worship gatherings. In the debate, we've also learned the size of this particular extension, and I have a real job in being able to evaluate how, even if an application was made, this permission could be used for such. And since I can't find any, apart from anybody else that is welcome for debate, I'm actually prepared to propose approval as the and believe the condition that's put before us.
Thank you, Robert. Do I have a second of? Sorry, is there anybody else wishing to join in a debate, or are you content with everything we've heard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just put it into the chat box.
Carry on though, Mike, but it's not arrived in my chat box. I don't know about Joe's.
I'm just about to write it in, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Carry on, Mike.
Yeah. Over the years, this lane has caused lots and lots of problems. Going back a number of years, which probably nobody will ever remember. There used to be a lawnmower factory there and various other things. And I can never understand why the residents have never had it adopted, but they all seemed anti about getting it adopted, which could save a lot of problem. And in one application many years ago, the developer actually said he would improve the road surface, but it was turned down for some unknown reason. But the only thing I can think of is that we remove any other planning application. They must become before the committee. Remove, I can't think of the word. Remove the future any further alterations must come through the planning. Is that you get where I'm coming from, Mr. Chairman?
Remove permitted
planning rights,
permitted development rights. Do you, Mike?
Sorry?
Remove permitted development rights. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's it, Phil. Thank you very much indeed. Then, yeah, that's one. If that's not been included in the conditions, I would like that to be inserted in the conditions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mike. Will, do you pass any comment?
I'm happy to come back in, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll leave this to Chris, the case officer, if I may, Chairman.
Absolutely, no problem, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was going to say condition 6 of the report sets out that notwithstanding the provisions of Schedule 2, Part 1, Classes B and C of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order, and essentially it restricts so no windows, dormer windows, roof lights or other development consisting of an alteration to the roof of the property other than those authorised by this permission may be done under permitted development. So effectively what that means is with that condition, the owners can't do any works to the roof at all. They can't add any windows, dormer windows, roof lights or any other development associated with the roof without coming back to us with a full planning application.
Can I just come back quickly, Bob?
Yes, please, Mike.
It's basically to stop the with the above the garage area turning into a annex or flat or something like that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Okay.
I'm happy to come back, Councillor Exton, just to say that that would require separate planning permission, so there wouldn't be a separate permitted development restriction, i.e. if they wanted to change it to, in this case, a second annex on the site, that would require a separate planning application, so that would have to be submitted to us. They can't just do that without permission.
Right, thank you, Chris.
Are you happy with that, Michael?
Yes, very happy, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other contributors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question to Chris? Is with regard to on number 2.1, there's one sentence there, the kitchen and additional living area with a partially open roof terrace above facing north. So that will be an open terrace, so that will that have any sort of the neighbors' privacy will be affected by that? People behind the fencing on the other side?
Chris?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Harish. No, we don't consider, so the report sets out the impact on neighbouring amenity, and with the existing boundary treatments in place, the existing landscaping in place, we don't consider there'll be any impact on the neighbours.
Thank you, Harish. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to bear in mind this site already has an application approved, and we're told that this application is exactly the same. And whilst I have sympathy with some of the objections, I note that is it Exeter Gardens, Exeter Street, whatever it is, on the other side. There are very long gardens, and there is a band of thick trees that largely screen what will be the new building from those neighbours. I think we should put aside this, whatever Plymouth Brethren they are or whatever, that's not a planning consideration. They've already had planning permission for pretty much the same application, and so on that basis I don't think there is any grounds to turn it down. And if we did turn it down, I think we would face a costly appeal. I think Robert proposed it, I would second approval.
Thank you, Phil. Rosemary Cabry-Brown, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was about to say exactly what Phil said. It is true that anyone who is a Plymouth Brethren, they nearly always hold their meetings in their own home. Their own home. They don't have a particular place normally to worship. And really, that's nothing to do with any of us. That's what I felt. So I'm really repeating what Phil Dilk said, but I had already made my mind up to second the application. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Any more contributions before we move to a vote, please? So we have had the recommendation of the officer proposed and seconded. Are you ready to take a vote? Anita, could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. Councillor Bob, oh sorry, yes, Councillor Bob Adams.
Yes.
Or
sorry, I've just lost the picture, sorry. Councillor Bellamy.
4.
Councillor Bishnell-Singh.
4.
Councillor Clack.
4.
Councillor Cottier.
4.
Councillor Dilks.
4.
Councillor Exton.
4.
Councillor Cabry-Brown.
4.
Councillor Milnes.
4.
Councillor Reid.
4.
Councillor Selby.
4.
And Councillor Judy Smith.
4.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
thank you, Anita. Before we do we need another break before we move on to the next item on the agenda? I would hope not.
Oh.
No, Chairman.
Oh.
Just keep them in.
A couple of minutes, Bob, please. Just.
Okay.
Very good. Very good. Couple of minutes. I'd be grateful if members could just stay back a little while after the meeting to have a quick 5-minute chat. Thank you.
I take
Bob,
it.
we could do with a presentation taking away the previous application when you're ready.
Oh, well, no, that doesn't matter to me. I just didn't know whether he hadn't gone yet. That was all.
Sorry, Robert. What was the?
We could do with the previous application taking off the screens. It's obviously still open on.
Not on mine.
Oh.
Are you looking in the middle there under Phil Dilks? That's his picture house, that is.
No, I've got nothing. No. I've got all the previous application all still around my screen.
Chris, can you hear that?
Yeah.
I can, thank you, Chairman. Yes, I don't know why, because I've stopped sharing, so I shouldn't be displaying anything to anybody else.
Mine must be frozen.
Just raising it with IT for you now, Councillor Reid.
Oh, I have to say, I'll be so pleased when we can be in one room together again.
I think we all echo that sentiment, Robert. Okay, is everybody back that should be back? We unfortunately have to do a roll call just for the record. Anita?
Yes, just one moment, sorry.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Adams.
Here, present.
Councillor Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Bishnell-Singh.
Present.
Councillor Clack.
Present.
Councillor Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Dilks.
Present, Mom.
Councillor Exton.
Present.
Councillor Cabry-Brown.
Present.
Councillor Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present, Mom.
Councillor Selby. Councillor Selby.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Smith.
Present.
All present, Chairman, apart from Councillor Jackie Smith, of course.
Yeah, thank you, Anita. So we'll now move on to. I don't know whether everybody was here. Would you mind staying on just for a few minutes after the final item, just for a quick get together, please? We'll move on to item 4C. Chris, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, just please bear with me while I load up my presentation.
No.
Robert said, "Oh, good, not another one."
He says he hopes it changes his. It has. Bingo.
One happy man.
Can I take it that the presentation is available to view now?
I can see it, Robert. Chris.
Got it. Thank you.
I can see it too.
Excellent. In that case, I'll carry on. So just to reiterate, this is a continuation of the consideration of this application at the 12th of May Planning Committee, which was then deferred for a site visit. The presentation is exactly the same as the previous presentation as of the 12th of May. I'll draw attention to the additional items paper at the end of it. I will try and fly through the presentation a bit quicker, but obviously I'm happy to take any questions as part of the discussion later on. So this application is for a single-storey rear extension and installation of a boundary fence and relocation of an access in Warren Keep in Stamford. The key issues are the character and appearance of the site and the conservation area and neighbouring residential amenity. The site is located centrally in Stamford, north of Bath Row, and located south of St Peter's Hill and west of the bus station. An aerial view of the site shows the bus station in close proximity to the east of the site, with the dwelling being on an end of a row of terrace dwellings, with a further row of dwellings to the south of the site. And this is now the front elevation of the site from St Peter's Hill, with the application site the final of those row of dwellings. This is now the rear elevation from the back garden, where we visited as part of the site visit. I'd just point out as well, from here you can see the boundary fence that demarcates numbers 44 and 43, sort of in the left-hand side of the picture, which is viewable on the site visit. This is now the view of adjacent number 42 and 43 Warren Keep over to the side elevation. This is a view across the rear gardens taken from the rear garden of number 47, looking back across 46 and 45, with the tree there in the centre of the picture, which is proposed to be removed as part of this application. This is now the view across the rear gardens, but from the other way around, so from the rear garden of number 45. This is the rear elevations of number 45 and 46. The extent of the extension will be, so this is now the side view of the site. The height of the extension will be below the line of the existing stonework, so below the line of the render. It won't come up as far as the existing render at the first floor level. The existing and proposed rear elevations, and again you can see that here that the extension won't come up as far as the existing render line. The existing side elevation and the proposed side elevation, where you can see the gate has moved slightly further back to accommodate the proposed extension. The existing and proposed floor plans, again here you can see the existing tree to be removed. And then finally, this is the boundary fence that's proposed. So no objections have been received from statutory consultees, including the Council's Conservation Officer. Objections received from neighbours are summarised in the report, with further officer responses set out pages for the previous page of 48 and 49. I'd also like to draw attention to the additional items paper. So this sets out questions received from Councillor Mills, together with the officer responses, and sets out minor amendments to the proposal since the original consideration of it in May. The proposed fence has been reduced now in height from 6 feet to 5 feet in height, with the retention of part of the boundary wall to halfway. Further, the Council has received information regarding the property deeds, with the gardens not being communal, whilst also included are photos of a nearby extension and fence at neighbouring number 44 Warren Keep. This was seen on the site visit from the application site and can also be seen from St Peter's Hill, north of the site. Also on the additional items paper is set out a previously built conservatory at number 1 Warren Keep, which is on the other side of the development. As a verbal update, in addition to the additional items paper, is a verbal update to condition 2. This is simply to update the approved plans condition. So the approved plans should now read the existing proposed plans and elevations reference 20832 in brackets 08002 Rev PB, received on the 9th of June 2020. And that's simply just to update the permitted plans as set out on the additional items paper. and the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions. I'll stop sharing and hand back to you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Questions to Chris, if any, please? Are we going to move straight on to a debate?
Sorry, could I just ask Chris a question? Sorry.
Indeed, Penny.
Chris, what consideration is given to the Article 4 that was put on Warren Keep when it was first built in 84 and ratified by the Secretary of State?
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. So our response to this is set out in on the additional items paper, where you've asked there about the Article 4 direction. So effectively, during the application process, we consulted with the Council's Conservation Officer. This was the previous Conservation Officer that retired recently, who was involved in the Article 4 direction and the Stamford Conservation Area Article 4 direction. He confirmed he did not have any objections regarding the design of the development and believed the extension would not negatively impact on the surrounding conservation area, which is covered by the Article 4 direction. We're in agreement with this and don't think that the proposal will be out of keeping with the Warren Keep site, when taking into account the previous developments of a similar nature that have been approved already very nearby the proposal.
Thank you, Chris. Any further questions to Chris, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've indicated in the chat line.
Sorry, I'm falling asleep here. Carry on.
Yeah, question to Chris. Chris, thank you very much indeed for your presentation. The tree that is in the grounds to be removed, I understand. Can you tell me, will that enhance the area? Will it let a lot of light in? Will that make a big difference in your view to the community and the neighbourhood?
Thank you, Councillor Selby. Yes, the removal of the tree, we believe, will actually enhance the development. The tree is a very large specimen tree. It's a conifer tree as well, so it doesn't lose its leaves at all. The removal of the tree, we think, will enhance the outlook for numbers 43, 42 and 41, which are to the side elevation of the scheme. So we do consider that to be an enhancement. Thank you, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Harish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris, for the presentations. I believe I follow on for the question from Councillor Mills, Article 4 directions. I believe I've got a letter here from the SKDC, which was dated back 3rd of May 1984. That's from the office of Mr. Kenneth Cam. It says that the approval by the Secretary of State means that the Article 4 directions will not expire on August 14th, 84, but has now become permanent. And I believe the direction that was given in there was a special agreement for that particular site that there should be no external building additions to it. Now, I don't know, probably, Chris, you may have looked into that, the original, what was the direction that was given, supposed to attach to all the deeds of the people. I would very much like to know if that is the case, because this, it says, go on for the most 39 Warren Keep, that so anyone wishing to see minor modifications may do so. So it's only minor modification, not big structural changes as being proposed. So I think there's probably more to the directions that was laid or agreed at the time, because there was lots of correspondence at the time in 1973, 74 to 1983 on these particular questions. So I would very much like to see, because I know we have already given permission to one is already constructed at number 44, and there's one at number 83, which is not been constructed as yet. But I feel that here we have allowed something to happen that totally will start altering the character of this development as it's close to the town, especially within the conservation area, and you've got heritage assets close by.
Thank you, Harish. Chris?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Harish. Just to come back on that, Harish, all I was going to say is the Article 4 direction from 1984, and then that was superseded then with the current Stamford Conservation Area Article 4 direction. So that supersedes the previous Warren Keep specific one. All that does is restrict permitted development rights. So if it wasn't for that Article 4 direction, then effectively extensions like this one, like the one at number 44, and all over the site could happen effectively without an application coming forward, either delegated or to committee. Effectively permitted development rights would be available. That Article 4, that removes those permitted development rights. So what that means is that we then have to consider any sort of proposals to extend. So in this case, the proposal, if it wasn't for the Article 4 direction, would be within the limits of permitted development. However, because of the Article 4, it means we being the council, have to assess that application put forward in front of us, which includes the relevant consultations, in this case including the Conservation Officer and other statutory consultees, assess that and before we can come forward with a view. So the Article 4 direction, it doesn't put a blanket no to any development, as the council's already approved at least 2, if not 3, sort of previous extensions in the development. It just means that they have to come forward to the council to request our permission in the first place, rather than just undertake those.
I do accept, sir, but there are things meaning that it become permanent. So that has been superseded. So it's no more permanent. It has been removed, is it, altogether?
No. The Warren Keep one you're referring to has been superseded by the general Stamford Conservation Area one, yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chris. Just before I call in Robert Reid, Will, you've said you'd like to come in at this stage?
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify things, I think Chris explained it really well, the situation in terms of the Article 4 direction. All that does really is to ensure that development, which is normally permitted, comes under the remit of requiring planning consent, and this applies to conservation areas usually and listed buildings. Or no, listed buildings has its own planning process listed building consent. But I just add this actually, that and I came across this in a recent JR application which the council lost. There is a legal obligation on the council when dealing with applications in the conservation area. The legislation does state clearly that there is an obligation by the council to preserve and enhance the conservation area. Now, if there's no negative impact, and that's the conclusion that's come forward by the Conservation Officer, no negative impact, that means that it doesn't affect the preservation of the conservation area, or doesn't result in harm. So that's important. So I think we've got to distinguish between the Article 4 direction, which means that planning consent is required for fairly minor work, which is normally permitted, and then if there are any restrictive covenants in terms of the deeds as to what can and can't be done, that's not a planning matter. That's a totally separate issue.
Is that with regard to the EN6, where the historic environment, where the councils will seek to protect?
Harish, you're doing it again. Other people have put in to speak, please. So put yourself down again and we'll come back to you. Sorry, Robert Reid, are you there?
Oh, Chairman, I can hear you again. Are we in debate now? Or are we still questions of the officer?
Well, I think we've sort of merged into both, haven't we? So as there's no public speakers, etc., we'll let it go, Robert. So which you, please?
Right. Well, in debate, having been on the site visit and clearly seeing where other neighbouring properties have either got extensions or have permission to have extensions, I therefore cannot see any problem now with this application, and I would be happy to move it for approval.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Dilks, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And can I thank also Chris and all the officers that gave us the most recent site visits. It's a very good visit, and I'm glad that we did defer this one to have a look, because the photographs are also improved this time for those members who weren't able to make the site visit for sensible reasons. I have to say, I don't like this extension. I don't like the application. Clearly, this was a nicely designed town centre development in the 80s in a sensitive area in the town centre of Stamford, but there already is a precedent, as a colleague said. There is one extension to these dwellings very close by, and as I think Harris has said, there's another one has been granted permission already. I just think in those circumstances, and given that, and I thank Mr. Richards Will for clarifying that some of these things, you know, what's in your deeds is we can apply for anything we want to apply for and probably get it, but it doesn't mean to say you can build it. That's a legal problem you might have, and not a planning issue. So I can't see a planning a material reason why we should turn this down, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Selby, I think, is the next.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you,
Councillor Selby. Ian?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I actually disagree with the previous speaker on this occasion. I'm more in the train of thought with Councillor Robert Reid. Yes, we saw another extension nearby, which I thought was probably a little bit different to the one that we're seeing today. This is round the rear of the properties. This for me doesn't have a negative impact on the area. Stamford, what a beautiful, beautiful town it is. And if I thought for one moment this had a negative impact on Stamford or that particular area where these properties are, I certainly wouldn't be supporting this application. And I think, if anything, I think this will have been an enhancement to the privacy of the next door neighbour with putting the fence up. And I do think the removal of the tree, although I don't like to have trees removed, but this one in particular, I think it will actually enhance around the back. I think it'll let a lot of light in, and I think it'll actually be an improvement. I really do. So for me, I like this extension. I think it's not a very big extension. Now, come on, let's face it. It is only a small. I mean, it's hardly bigger than a porch. It really is. But anyway, personally, I like it, and I should be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Next speaker, Councillor Milnes. Penny.
Oh, yes, thank you. Again, I always like to go back to basics, as you know, and the original Article 4, I do believe, gives us the very strong sense of the implications of any change on this open plan design. It was designed in the early 80s by Peter McAllister, architect, and the Secretary of State, in ratifying that Article 4, was intended to protect the sense of place, the design and the amenity space of this scheme. And also, in the original details permission, the reasoning for looking at the floorscape and these wallings that were put in strategically was to ensure that any features do not depart from the character of the scheme. So I do think there is a case that this was always meant to be kept in a certain way. And my problem with all this is that the floorscape and the walling were an integral part of the design in this historic part of Stamford and the Castle Hill. You know, it's an important place. And I don't believe in such things as precedent. I'm always being told there is no such thing as precedent. And I also think, should we really repeat the mistakes of the past? And this proposal and particularly that fence, I think is offensive, excuse the pun. Not so much the extension, but I think the fence is totally out of character with all that stone walling and enclosing that space. And so it's introducing a vertical visual intrusion into that space as well. So I'm sort of now coming round to a thinking that maybe the extension set in that corner with the high stone wall is probably okay, and the patio, but not that fence. And maybe we could, I don't know if we can jiggle it a bit, where we could have a matching limestone wall alongside the patio, or even maybe along all the adjoining boundary to just demarcate it in some way, maybe 3 feet high, something like that. That stone wall would then fit in. And maybe that is a sort of a compromise that we could consider. But I do think that fence with the stone walling and the open plan is offensive, and I think it's incongruous. So I think it does go against the original designs, the original intentions of all this, as the residents have maintained it over the last 40 years since it was designed on that basis. And therefore, I think we need to be very careful that we don't introduce this fence in particular that is totally out of keeping.
Thank you, Penny. Chris, do you want to make any comment on those remarks?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Milnes. Yes, I'm happy to come back on that. What I'd say is, so to the external extent of the proposed development, that will match exactly the existing material. So the outer wall of the extension will match the existing outer wall of the house and the existing fence. The existing wall rather. The existing wall will remain exactly the same. It's just the gate will be moved slightly further back. The fence will be internal only, so it will only be seen to the rear elevations of number 45, 46 and 47. You won't be able to see the internal fence from elsewhere. It's also been reduced in height, so when this application was considered in May, it was proposed as 1.8 metres or 6 feet tall. The applicant's now reduced that to 5 feet in height as well. And that fence was also, it's called a hit and miss fence, so it won't be a single block of wood, if you like, as sort of a, you won't be able to, it will allow light through, you will be able to see through it. It's simply just a demarcation of the boundary. It will contrast, so the fence between number 44 and 43, which was seen on the site visit, that's 1.8 metres high, if not 2 metres high, and also close boarded, so that is a very much a solid fence. Whereas the one proposed here will be lower at 5 feet. It won't be visible outside of the internal view of the site, so just those 3 back gardens. It's low in height at 5 foot, and it will have some transparency to it as well, so it won't just be a solid sort of series of wooden panels.
So can I just come back?
Penny, can you just wait a minute, because there's a couple more people have asked to speak. John Cottier. John Cottier.
Sorry, Bob. Yeah, all I was going to do is I was just going to second the proposal to be to accept.
Thank you for that, John. Harris, you wanted to come back very quickly, please. Harris?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our policy DE1, does promote good quality design and to make it the contributes to distinctiveness and the vernacular of to promote of the character of the area. This development doesn't promote a good design. It promotes reductions in the green space in a small common garden used by 3 properties and its residents. What actually happens to the human rights of these people with their common use of a space that they've been using in this building will totally reduce that space there, no matter how much the fence. I fully agree with everything what Penny has said. But you see, even putting a 5-foot fence there, it's still got this demarcation to spoil the character of the area to me. I think we have to really think about the quality if we are allowing things like that to go ahead. I would really strongly like to propose that we refuse this altogether.
Well, we have had a proposed and seconded to accept, Harish, so all members can do is vote against that proposition if they want to refuse it.
Can I come back again, Mr. Chairman?
No, not no.
Can I
Rosemary
speak?
Capery-Brown.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can I say I endorse everything that Councillor Penny Milnes has said. If these people are set on having this extension, I feel that if they're going to do anything with the wall, instead of a fence, it would have to be a stone wall. Stamford is built of stone. We need to protect the areas that should. I personally don't think any of this should go ahead at all. However, if some of you are accepting the extension, I would definitely put a condition on that any further building, e.g. any wall or fence, and no fence should be put up, stone wall definitely if they have to go ahead. Personally, I don't like the extension at all. I think it ruins that part of Stamford, and I can't go along with it. It isn't fair to the other 3 people that are living in the area.
Thank you, Rosemary. Chris, do you want to make any comment on that?
I was just going to come back on a couple of points. So, firstly, the point made by Harish with regards to the impact on the green space. The extension nor the fence will impact on the green space. It's not a communal area of gardens. They are all individual. I appreciate they're not marked out individually, but they are all individual gardens. So therefore, number 46, for instance, or 47, they can't sort of walk across number 45's garden at the moment, let alone obviously with a demarcated boundary. So there's no impact at all on the green space. With regards to Councillor Capery-Brown's point, from our point of view, we don't consider the fence or the extension to be harmful to the streetscape. Neither is visible in a public viewpoint, so outside of the site, whereas the extension already approved at number 44 is visible outside of the site from St Peter's Hill. These won't be. Furthermore, the fence itself won't be visible even internally the site, other than from number 46 and 47 as well. The existing wall will remain, and we wouldn't seek to lose any existing walls and replace them with fences. That's not what's proposed here. Instead, what's proposed is retaining the existing wall, an extension that matches the materials of the existing dwelling, the existing wall that's already there, and then the fence is simply a 5-foot fence to demarcate the internal boundary amongst 3 dwellings inside of the site.
Thank you, Chris. Penny, you wish to come back, and then Harish wish to come back.
Yes, thank you. I am very concerned that we are limiting the idea of Article 4 protection to just the frontage. In the MPPF, it goes on about protecting. Article 4s are used where you don't have listed buildings necessarily, or even a conservation area, in order to protect an area of space. And we go back to the fact that it was originally put on when this was built to protect this scheme as it was. And I think to just say, oh, well, it's not going to be seen from the street, really defeats the object here. A fence, a wooden fence of any description set against the backdrop of those walls of the old castle is offensive. It is a visual intrusion. And why are we just saying to those other residents, just get on with it? I just don't think it's in keeping at all, and I do worry about this, and I think we've really got to take this open plan space seriously and do our best to get a decent scheme. And I'm not happy at all about the fence. I'm 50-50 on the extension, but I think I could go along with that. But that fence really, to me, is totally out of character, incongruous, call it what you like. It's a historic part of Stamford. They went to a lot of trouble when they built Warren Quay. It took 3 years of consultations with the architect to get it right, to fit in and to be the scheme that it was, and it was protected. So I'm not happy at all with it in that sense.
Thank you, Penny. Chris, do you, I think you probably said most, but do you want to come back on those points?
Well, I think Will's indicated in the chat that he'd like to come in, so I'll happily let Will go first, and then I'll come back after that if need be.
Have you had a scone?
I can't see where Will has indicated he wants to come. Oh, I can now. Yeah, okay. Will.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thanks, Chris. I just want to correct a statement made by Penny. In actual fact, I think it's important so that you get the full significance of an Article 4. I've said it earlier, and I'll say it again, that the Article 4 is not there to protect space. The Article 4 is to bring under control development which is normally permitted, PD. The responsibility for protection comes under the conservation and listed building legislation, which, as I said earlier, gives gives the local planning authority an obligation to preserve and enhance, and that is a legal obligation. And if you don't consider that in your report or debate, then it could lead to a JR. And as I said earlier, I've experienced a case where that actually happened. So the Article 4 isn't about protecting it. It usually is. It does cover conservation areas. So it does mean that an application which is normally permitted comes to the planning committee for you to consider it. Now, if there was harm caused, and the experts, the conservation officer, states there is no harm in his professional opinion. So therefore, you've fulfilled that obligation because you're preserving and enhancing, you're not harming. It is a matter of opinion, and I urge you to take the professional advice of the professional conservation officer. Article 4 is not about preserving, it's about PD, and they've brought this in because they had to, because it's covered by the Article 4, and it's totally separate from the conservation and listed building legislation.
Thank you, Will. I'm going to let Harish come back, and then I'm going to move to a vote, because I think we're just going around in circles and regurgitating Article 4. So Harish, final word from you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't quite agree with Will on that, but I think Article 4 was made therefore to preserve the conservation area, and I think we should hereby allowing this is an afterthought, a modern device. It's not going to serve any purpose in terms of space for people usage, but all it is doing is just for a slight enhancement for pecuniary gain, even though that's not our considerations. We have to.
Harish, you have made all those points before. Have you got any new points that you want to bring into the debate?
Well, I would say, you know, what Penny said, the removal of the wooden. Probably I'll go along with if we have got a stone wall being put in. Our Stamford is a stone built mainly on the town centre. Most of the properties are stone built. So therefore, if that is replaced by that, I would accept that. But
okay, Harish, I think we've made all the points. We want to avoid going around in circles if we can. Penny, I'm going to let you come in for the last word before moving to the vote.
Yes, thank you. I'm slightly concerned about what Will said as well, because the MPPF says that they're necessary to protect local amenity. But leave that as it may. I think
depends what it means by protect and what it's protecting.
Yes. I think Harish is quite right. It's a stone place. I think this fence is incongruous, and I think we could accept the development minus the fence. And I would like to know how we could proceed on that and have a stone wall in place of that fence.
Well, I think we've given this very, very good airing. And I don't think there's any new points coming out. Chris, did you want to say anything finally to any of the points raised, or are you content with what the explanations you've given?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I haven't got anything further to add in addition to what Will's added as well.
Thank you very much. So it has been proposed by Councillor Reid, seconded by John Cottier, that we approve the recommendation. That we approve the recommendation of the case officer. So we'll go to the vote. Anita, please.
Yes, certainly, Chairman. Councillor Bellamy.
For.
Councillor Bishnau-Singh.
Against.
Councillor Plack. For. Councillor Cottier.
For.
Councillor Dilks.
Abstain.
Abstain. So, excuse me, Councillor Exton.
For.
Councillor Caby-Brown.
Rosemary.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Milnes.
Against.
Pardon me. Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Selby.
For.
Councillor Judy Smith.
For.
Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
So it is 8 for, 3 against and 1 abstention, Chairman.
So that is carried. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm now going to ask Jo if she will release any public that is still left and any officers, and then we as a committee will have a private discussion. Thank you.